They say evil wears 1,000 faces, but the most terrifying ones are the ones nobody remembers. Tonight, we're diving into the darkest corners of criminal history to uncover the monsters who slipped through the cracks of public memory. In the summer of 1982, construction workers breaking ground for a new shopping center in suburban Milwaukee made a discovery that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Buried beneath 3 feet of concrete and gravel were the remains of 7 people, all wrapped in heavy plastic sheeting and stacked like cordwood in a makeshift grave. The bodies showed signs of prolonged torture, and each victim had been branded with the same symbol burned deep into their flesh. But what made this case truly chilling wasn't just the brutality. It was the fact that the killer had been operating completely undetected for over a decade. His name was Raymond Clark Bittaker, and before you start thinking you recognize that name, this isn't the Raymond Bittaker you might know from other cases. This was a different monster entirely, one whose story has been deliberately buried by law enforcement and media alike. Clark was born in 1948 in a small farming community outside Green Bay, Wisconsin. His childhood appeared normal on the surface, loving parents, decent grades, even served as an altar boy at the local Catholic church. But beneath that facade, something was already rotting. By age 12, Clark had developed what his mother later described as an obsession with insects. Not the typical boyhood fascination with catching fireflies or collecting beetles, this was different. Clark would spend hours in the basement dissecting live grasshoppers and moths with surgical precision. He kept detailed journals documenting their reactions to pain, how long it took them to die, which body parts could be removed, found these notebooks years later, while keeping them alive the longest. His parents filled with meticulous drawings and clinical observations written in a child's handwriting. The transition from insects to larger prey happened gradually. Neighborhood cats began disappearing with alarming frequency. Then dogs. Clark had constructed elaborate traps in the woods behind his house, hidden chambers where he could conduct his experiments without interruption. When confronted by his father about a missing pet, Clark would look him straight in the eye and lie with such conviction that even his own family began to doubt what they suspected. At 17, Clark enlisted in the Army, claiming he wanted to serve his country. In reality, he was seeking access to weapons and training that would make him more efficient at what he truly loved. During his service in Germany, several local women went missing near the base where he was stationed. German authorities investigated, but with limited cooperation from U.S. military officials and Clark's spotless service record, nothing was ever proven. He received an honorable discharge in 1968 and returned to Wisconsin, where he took a job at a meat processing plant. The slaughterhouse work suited him perfectly. Clark volunteered for the most gruesome tasks, often staying late to perfect techniques for bone separation and flesh removal. His supervisors praised his dedication and attention to detail. What they didn't know was that Clark was practicing. Every cut, every slice, every method of dismemberment was being cataloged in his mind for future use. His first confirmed human victim was 19-year-old Lisa Brennan, a college student who had the misfortune of accepting a ride from Clark on a rainy night in October 1971. She was reported missing by her roommate, but with no witnesses and no physical evidence, the case went cold within months. Clark had learned from his earlier mistakes with animals. He was careful now, methodical. Lisa's body was never found, dissolved in industrial acid stolen from the meat plant. Over the next 11 years, Clark perfected his craft. He targeted women who were alone, vulnerable, unlikely to be missed quickly. Runaways, hitchhikers, sex workers, addicts. He developed a system for luring them to remote locations, always with the same promise of help or money. Once they were isolated, the real horror began. Clark's basement had been transformed into a soundproof chamber of torture. The walls were lined with egg crates and foam padding to muffle screams. Surgical instruments hung from pegboards like twisted artwork. A drain in the center of the floor allowed for easy cleanup. He kept his victims alive for days, sometimes weeks, documenting their suffering with photographs and audio recordings. When he finally grew bored with their pain, he would dispose of them with the same clinical efficiency he'd learned at the slaughterhouse. The Milwaukee construction site wasn't his only dumping ground. Over the years, investigators would uncover burial sites across 3 states, each containing multiple victims. The final count reached 23 confirmed murders, though Clark himself claimed the number was higher, much higher. What made Raymond Clark Bittaker particularly terrifying wasn't just his methodical approach to murder, it was his ability to blend seamlessly into society. He attended church regularly, volunteered at local charities, even coached Little League Baseball for several seasons. Neighbors described him as quiet but friendly, the kind of man you'd trust to watch your house while you were on vacation. Meanwhile, he was systematically torturing and murdering women in his basement. The case that finally brought him down was almost accidental. In March 1982, Clark had abducted Sarah Martinez, a 22-year-old nursing student. Unlike his previous victims, Sarah had told multiple people about her plans that evening, including the exact time she expected to return home. When she didn't show up for her shift at the hospital the next morning, friends immediately contacted police. Detective Mike Kowalski caught the case and noticed something others had missed: a pattern of similar disappearances over the past decade. It was all young women, all last seen in the same general area, all vanishing without a trace. Kowalski spent months mapping locations, cross referencing dates, building a profile of their unknown suspect. The breakthrough came when he realized many of the disappearances occurred on nights when Clark was known to be in the area, information gleaned from old employment records and witness statements. The surveillance began in earnest in late 1982. Detectives watched as Clark followed his routine work at the meat plant, church on Sundays, coaching practice on Wednesdays. But they also noticed the late night drives to remote areas, the careful way he scouted locations, the methodical manner in which he selected potential victims. They were building a case, but they needed physical evidence. The warrant to search Clark's property came through on a cold December morning. What investigators found in that basement defied their worst nightmares. Beyond the torture chamber itself, they discovered boxes of photographs documenting years of suffering, audio tapes containing hours of screams and pleas for mercy, a detailed journal where Clark had rated each victim's performance under torture, noting which techniques produced the most satisfying results. But perhaps most disturbing was the collection of personal items he'd kept as trophies: driver's licenses, jewelry, pieces of clothing, locks of hair all carefully labeled and organized in filing cabinets, like some twisted museum exhibit. Each item told the story of a life cut short, a future stolen by a monster who viewed human suffering as entertainment. Raymond Clark Bittaker was arrested without incident. He didn't resist, didn't try to run. When confronted with the evidence, he simply smiled and asked if the detectives would like to hear about the ones that they hadn't found yet. His confession lasted 17 hours and filled over 300 pages of transcripts. He spoke about his crimes with the same detached professionalism he'd once brought to butchering cattle. The trial was a media sensation, at least initially, but as details of Clark's methods emerged, something strange happened. News coverage began to diminish. Court proceedings were moved to closed sessions. Key pieces of evidence and were sealed by judicial order. By the time Clark was sentenced to death in 1984, the story had virtually disappeared from public consciousness. This wasn't accidental. Law enforcement officials, working with federal authorities, made a deliberate decision to bury the case. The concern was that publicizing Clark's methods in detail would inspire copycat killers. The photographs, audio recordings, and detailed journal entries were classified and locked away, never to be released to the public. Even today, most of the case files remain sealed. Raymond Clark Bittaker was executed by lethal injection in 1987. His last words were reportedly an apology to the families of his victims, though some who were present claimed he was smiling as he said it. He took his final secrets to the grave, never revealing the locations of several victims whose bodies were never recovered. The case officially closed with his death, but questions remained. How had one man managed to kill so many people over such a long period without detection? What other victims might be buried in unmarked graves across the Midwest? And perhaps most troubling, how many other Raymond Clark Bittakers are out there right now, hiding behind facades of normalcy while planning their next atrocity? But Clark's story, horrifying as it was, pales in comparison to our next case. Because while Raymond Clark Bittaker was content to work alone, some monsters prefer to hunt in packs. The residents of Millfield, Ohio thought they knew their neighbors. It was that kind of town where people left their doors unlocked, where children rode bicycles until dark, where the biggest scandal was usually who was sleeping with whom. That illusion of safety shattered completely on November 15th, 1978, when police discovered what would later be called the Millfield House of Horrors. The investigation began with a routine welfare check. 73-year-old Margaret Thornton hadn't been seen by neighbors for several days, and her mail was piling up on the front porch. Officer Danny Roth knocked on the door of the modest two-story home, expecting to find an elderly woman who might have fallen or taken ill. Instead, he found a scene that would require years of therapy to process. The smell hit him first, a thick, cloying odor of decay and death that seemed to seep through the walls themselves. Inside, the house was a maze of horror. Bodies were stacked in the basement like lumber, some fresh, others in various stages of decomposition. The living room had been converted into a makeshift operating theater, complete with surgical tools and drainage systems. Upstairs, they found evidence of unspeakable rituals, walls covered in symbols drawn in human blood. But Margaret Thornton wasn't just a victim, she was the mastermind. Margaret Thornton had spent decades perfecting her craft, but she hadn't worked alone. Living in the house were her three adult children, David, Patricia, and Michael, along with two unrelated individuals who had been drawn into her web of manipulation and madness. Together, they formed what investigators would later describe as a murder cult, operating under Margaret's twisted philosophy that pain was the highest form of spiritual enlightenment. The family had moved to Millfield in 1963, shortly after Margaret's husband died in what was ruled an accidental drowning. Neighbors remembered them as quiet, religious people who kept to themselves. Margaret homeschooled her children and rarely allowed them to interact with other kids in the neighborhood. What the community didn't know was that behind closed doors, Margaret was indoctrinating her children into her belief system through years of psychological and physical abuse. Margaret's journals, discovered hidden behind a false wall in the basement, revealed the evolution of her murderous philosophy. She believed that inflicting and enduring extreme pain would purify the soul and grant access to higher spiritual planes. Her children became her first test subjects, subjected to increasingly brutal rituals disguised as religious ceremonies. By the time they reached adulthood, they had been so thoroughly broken and rebuilt in her image that they became willing participants in her crimes. The killing began in earnest around 1974, though Margaret had likely been experimenting with murder for years before that. Her first confirmed victim was a drifter named Thomas Webb, who had the misfortune of knocking on their door asking for work. Margaret invited him in, fed him dinner, and offered him a place to stay for the night. Thomas was never seen alive again, but his screams echoed from the basement for 3 days before finally falling silent. The Thornton family developed a systematic approach to their crimes. They targeted people who wouldn't be missed transients, runaways, addicts, and the homeless. Margaret would often pose as a charitable churchwoman, offering food and shelter to those in need. Her motherly appearance and gentle demeanor made her incredibly effective at luring victims to their deaths. Once inside the house, the victims would be drugged and taken to the basement, where Margaret's children would perform elaborate torture rituals under her guidance. The basement itself was a testament to organized evil. Different areas served different purposes, one corner for initial torture, another for what Margaret called purification ceremonies, and a final section where bodies were dismembered and prepared for disposal. The family had constructed an elaborate drainage system that allowed them to wash away blood and other evidence with industrial efficiency. A large freezer held body parts that would later be fed to pigs on a farm they secretly owned outside of town. What made the Thornton family particularly dangerous was their ability to maintain normal appearances while committing these atrocities. David worked at the local hardware store and was known for his helpful attitude and extensive knowledge of tools. Patricia volunteered at the community center, organizing bake sales and charity drives. Michael delivered newspapers and was considered one of the most reliable carriers in town. Their public personas were so convincing that even when people occasionally went missing after being seen with family members, no one made the connection. The two non-family members living in the house, Janet Morrison and Robert Pike, had been recruited through different means. Janet was a former mental patient who had been released into Margaret's care as part of a community outreach program. Robert was a Vietnam veteran struggling with PTSD who had answered an ad for cheap room and board. Both had been gradually indoctrinated into Margaret's beliefs through a combination of drugs, psychological manipulation, and carefully orchestrated trauma bonding experiences. Over 4 years, investigators believe the Thornton family killed at least 37 people, though the true number may never be known. Many of their victims were never reported missing, and the family's disposal methods were so thorough that physical evidence was often impossible to find. They had perfected the art of making people disappear completely, leaving behind only the memories of their suffering recorded in Margaret's detailed journals. The end came when they made a crucial mistake. In October 1978, they abducted Jennifer Walsh, a college student whose car had broken down near their house. Unlike their usual victims, Jennifer came from a prominent family with resources and connections. When she failed to return from what should have been a short trip to visit friends, her father hired private investigators who began retracing her route. Witnesses remembered seeing her talking to an older woman near a broken down car, and that description eventually led investigators to Margaret Thornton. The search warrant was executed on that November morning with a full tactical team, though they had no idea what they were walking into. The officers who entered that house were hardened veterans who had seen their share of violence, but nothing had prepared them for the systematic horror they discovered. Some of the responding officers required immediate psychiatric evaluation, and several requested transfers to different departments rather than continue working the case. Margaret Thornton showed no remorse when confronted with the evidence. In fact, she seemed proud of her work, explaining to investigators that she had been chosen by higher powers to conduct these rituals. She offered to demonstrate her techniques and even suggested that the officers themselves might benefit from her purification processes. Her children were equally unrepentant, viewing their actions as noble sacrifices necessary for spiritual advancement. The trial became a media circus, with reporters from around the country descending on small town Ohio to cover what many called the most shocking family murder case in American history. Margaret testified in her own defense, calmly explaining her philosophy while describing in graphic detail the torture and murder of dozens of innocent people. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all counts. Margaret Thornton was sentenced to death, as were her 3 children. Janet Morrison and Robert Pike received life sentences after their attorneys successfully argued that they had been victims of psychological manipulation rather than willing participants. Margaret died on death row in 1985, reportedly maintaining her beliefs until the end and claiming that her execution would only serve to elevate her to a higher spiritual plane. David, Patricia, and Michael Thornton were executed together in a rare triple execution in 1987. Their last words were a chanted prayer in a language that linguists were never able to identify, suggesting that Margaret's indoctrination had been so complete that her children had developed their own twisted religious dialect. The house where the crimes occurred was demolished shortly after the trials ended, and the lot remains empty to this day. But even this tale of family horror doesn't represent the depths of human evil we're exploring tonight, because our next case involves someone who didn't just kill for twisted spiritual beliefs or personal gratification. This monster killed for the most mundane reason of all simple convenience. Dr. Harold Shipman is often cited as one of history's most prolific serial killers, but few people know about his American counterpart, a man whose body count may have been even higher. Dr. Edmund Grayson practiced family medicine in rural Montana for over 20 years, during which time he systematically murdered patients who he deemed inconvenient, expensive, or simply annoying. Grayson was born in 1932 in Butte, Montana, the son of a copper miner who died in a cave in when Edmund was just 8 years old. His mother, struggling to support herself and her son, took a job as a cleaning woman at the local hospital. Young Edmund would often accompany her to work, wandering the halls while she scrubbed floors and emptied bedpans. It was during these formative years that he developed both his interest in medicine and his complete lack of empathy for human suffering. Unlike the dramatic childhood trauma that often characterizes serial killers, Edmund's descent into evil was remarkably gradual and calculating. He was an excellent student who earned a full scholarship to medical school, where his professors praised his intelligence and dedication. His classmates remember him as quiet but brilliant, someone who could diagnose complex conditions that stumped everyone else. What they didn't realize was that Edmund viewed patients not as people to be healed, but as problems to be solved by the most efficient means possible. After completing his residency, Edmund returned to Montana and opened a practice in the small town of Clearwater. With a population of just over 3,000, Clearwater was exactly the kind of place where a doctor could operate without much oversight. Edmund quickly became beloved by the community, known for his willingness to make house calls at any hour and his seemingly endless patience with elderly patients who had nowhere else to turn. The killing began almost immediately, though it would be decades before anyone suspected what was happening. Edmund's first victim was an 87-year-old woman named Ruth Kowalski, who had been battling emphysema for years. During what was supposed to be a routine visit to check her breathing, Edmund administered a lethal dose of morphine directly into her IV line. Ruth died peacefully in her sleep, and her family was grateful that their loved one's suffering had finally ended. What made Edmund so dangerous was his complete understanding of how small town medical care operated. He was often the only doctor for miles around, which meant his diagnoses and treatment decisions went largely unquestioned. When elderly patients died under his care, their families typically viewed it as a natural part of aging rather than something suspicious. Edmund cultivated an image of himself as a compassionate physician who helped people die with dignity, when in reality, he was murdering them for reasons that had nothing to do with mercy. Edmund's selection criteria were chillingly practical. He targeted patients who were expensive to treat, those whose insurance had run out, people who complained too much during appointments, and anyone who questioned his medical decisions. He kept meticulous records of which patients were costing him money or time and systematically eliminated them through carefully administered overdoses of various medications. His medical knowledge allowed him to choose drugs and dosages that would mimic natural death, making detection nearly impossible. Over the course of his 23-year career, Edmund murdered an estimated 167 patients, though the true number may be significantly higher. He had perfected dozens of different killing methods, from insulin overdoses that mimicked diabetic comas to carefully timed heart attacks induced by potassium injections. Each murder was planned with the same clinical precision he brought to legitimate medical procedures, and his intimate knowledge of each patient's medical history allowed him to choose methods that would seem like natural progressions of their existing conditions. The most chilling aspect of Edmund's crimes was how he rationalized them to himself. His personal journals, discovered after his arrest, revealed a man who genuinely believed he was providing a public service by eliminating people who were drains on the healthcare system. He wrote extensively about the economics of medical care, calculating how much money he had saved insurance companies and families by ending the lives of patients who would have required expensive long term treatment. Edmund's downfall came in 1998 when a new nurse named Sandra Mitchell joined his practice. Sandra had previously worked in a large city hospital where she had seen legitimate end of life care, and she immediately noticed that Edmund's patients seemed to die at unusually high rates. More troubling was the fact that many of these deaths occurred shortly after Edmund had been alone with the patients, often during routine visits for minor complaints. Sandra began keeping her own records, documenting the circumstances surrounding each death in Edmund's practice. Over the course of 6 months, she identified a clear pattern that strongly suggested deliberate murder. When she brought her concerns to local law enforcement, they initially dismissed her suspicions. Edmund was too respected, too integral to the community for anyone to believe he could be a killer. But Sandra persisted, and eventually her evidence reached the state medical board. A formal investigation was launched, and forensic experts began exhuming bodies from the local cemetery. Toxicology reports revealed lethal levels of various drugs in victims who had no medical reason to have received those medications. The evidence was overwhelming, and Edmund Grayson was arrested on multiple counts of first-degree murder. The trial revealed the full scope of Edmund's crimes and shattered the small town of Clearwater. Families who had trusted him with their loved ones' final moments learned that those deaths had been murders committed for the most callous reasons imaginable. Edmund showed no remorse during the proceedings, maintaining that his actions had been medically justified and economically sound. Dr. Edmund Grayson was convicted on 43 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He died behind bars in 2003, reportedly working on a memoir that attempted to justify his crimes from a healthcare economics perspective. The manuscript was never published, and most copies were destroyed at the request of victims' families. The Clearwater case led to significant reforms in rural medical oversight, but it also highlighted how easily a trusted professional could exploit their position to commit mass murder. Edmund Grayson had hidden behind a white coat and a stethoscope while systematically killing the people who had placed their lives in his hands. But what happens when evil doesn't hide behind a medical degree or the walls of a family home? What happens when it walks among us in broad daylight, wearing the uniform of those sworn to protect and serve? Detective William Marcus Henley was everything a small town police force could want in an officer. Clean shaven, well spoken, and dedicated to his job, he had joined the Riverside Police Department in 1985, fresh out of the police academy, with dreams of making a difference. For 15 years, He did exactly that, earning commendations for bravery, solving difficult cases, and becoming a respected member of the community. What nobody knew was that Detective Henley was using his badge and authority to hunt human beings. It started small, as these things often do. In 1987, Henley responded to a domestic violence call involving a woman named Carol Winters. Her husband had beaten her severely, and she was terrified to press charges, knowing he would retaliate. Henley offered to drive her to a safe house outside of town, assuring her that she would be protected. Instead, he drove her to a remote cabin he owned in the mountains, where he kept her chained in the basement for 3 days before strangling her with his own service weapon's holster strap. The beauty of Henley's position was that he could make people disappear without anyone asking questions. When Carol's husband reported her missing, claiming she had left him for another man, Henley was assigned to investigate her disappearance. He filed reports indicating that Carol had indeed fled town voluntarily, and the case was quietly closed. Nobody questioned the investigating officer's conclusions. Over the next 13 years, Henley perfected his system. He targeted women who were already in vulnerable situations, victims of domestic violence, witnesses to crimes, suspects in minor offenses, anyone whose disappearance could be explained away through his police reports. His method was always the same: offer, protection, or assistance, gain their trust through his official authority, then isolate them in locations where he could act without interruption. Henley's cabin became his personal hunting ground. He had soundproofed the basement and installed heavy duty restraints that he claimed in supply requisitions were for training purposes. The isolation of the location meant he could keep victims alive for extended periods, torturing them while maintaining his normal work schedule in town. He would drive up to the cabin during his lunch breaks or after his shifts ended, spending hours inflicting suffering before returning to his duties as a respected member of law enforcement. The scope of Henley's crimes was staggering. Between 1987 and 2000, he murdered 28 women, each death carefully orchestrated to avoid suspicion. He had access to police databases, crime scene evidence, and inside information about ongoing investigations, all of which he used to stay ahead of any potential discovery. When other officers occasionally expressed concern about the high number of missing persons cases in their jurisdiction, Henley would volunteer to take on additional investigations, ensuring that any evidence pointing toward a serial killer would pass through his hands first. What made Henley particularly dangerous was his ability to manipulate the entire system of justice from within. He planted evidence to frame innocent people for crimes he had committed, ensuring that investigators would focus on false leads rather than looking for patterns in the disappearances. He destroyed or altered forensic evidence that might have connected his victims, and he used his position to intimidate potential witnesses who might have seen him with women who later vanished. The end came in March 2000s, when Henley made his first significant mistake. Jennifer Caldwell, a 24-year-old bank teller, had witnessed an armed robbery and was scheduled to testify in court. Henley offered to provide her with police protection, claiming there had been threats against her life. He drove her to his cabin, but unlike his previous victims, Jennifer had told her boyfriend exactly where she was going and with whom. When she failed to return home that night, her boyfriend immediately contacted the police. The investigation into Jennifer's disappearance was handled by state authorities who had no reason to trust local police given the circumstances. When they searched Henley's property, they discovered not just Jennifer's body, but evidence of decades of murder. The cabin's basement was a chamber of horrors containing personal items from dozens of victims, detailed journals documenting their suffering, and photographic evidence of Henley's crimes. Detective William Marcus Henley was convicted of 28 counts of first degree murder and sentenced to death. During his trial, the full extent of his manipulation of the justice system became clear. Dozens of cases had to be reopened, evidence had to be re examined, and several innocent people who had been wrongly convicted based on Henley's planted evidence were exonerated. The Riverside Police Department was completely restructured, and new oversight procedures were implemented to prevent similar abuses of authority. Henley was executed by lethal injection in 2003, but his legacy of corruption and murder continued to impact the community for years afterward. Families of missing women who had never received justice finally learned the truth about their loved ones' fates, while others discovered that the police officer they had trusted to find their daughters had been the one who killed them. But sometimes, the most dangerous killers aren't those who abuse positions of authority or hide behind professional credentials. Sometimes, they're the ones who appear so harmless, so unremarkable, that they become invisible in plain sight. Margaret Louise Thompson was 67 years old when she moved into the Sunset Manor assisted living facility in Phoenix, Arizona. With her carefully permed gray hair, floral print dresses, and habit of baking cookies for the staff, she seemed like everyone's ideal grandmother. The other residents loved her gentle demeanor and willingness to help with small tasks around the facility. What nobody suspected was that Margaret had spent the previous 40 years systematically poisoning people across 3 states. Margaret's killing career began in 1962, shortly after the death of her husband Frank, in what appeared to be a tragic case of food poisoning. Frank had suffered for days with severe stomach cramps and vomiting before finally succumbing to what doctors diagnosed as acute gastroenteritis. Margaret played the role of the grieving widow perfectly, accepting condolences from neighbors while secretly celebrating her newfound freedom and the life insurance payout that would support her for years to come. The truth was that Margaret had been slowly poisoning Frank for months, with small doses of arsenic mixed into his favorite foods. She had researched the symptoms carefully, ensuring that his death would appear natural and wouldn't raise suspicions. The success of her first murder gave her both confidence and a taste for the power that came with taking someone's life without anyone knowing she was responsible. After Frank's death, Margaret began traveling frequently, moving from town to town and taking jobs as a caregiver for elderly or disabled individuals. Her sweet, grandmotherly appearance made her incredibly effective at gaining the trust of people who needed assistance, and her apparent dedication to helping others masked her true intentions. Over the course of 4 decades, she worked for dozens of families, leaving behind a trail of unexplained deaths that were consistently attributed to natural causes or pre-existing medical conditions. Margaret's method was always the same: patience, careful planning, and an intimate knowledge of poisons and their effects. She preferred arsenic for its reliability and the way it mimicked common illnesses, but she also used digitalis extracted from foxglove plants, ricin derived from castor beans, and various household chemicals that could be disguised as medications or food additives. Her victims never knew they were being murdered, experiencing what they believed were unfortunate health complications while receiving care from someone they trusted completely. The beauty of Margaret's approach was that she never stayed in one place long enough to establish a pattern. She would work for a family for several months, slowly poisoning her elderly charge while appearing to provide devoted care. When the person inevitably died, Margaret would comfort the grieving family, help with funeral arrangements, and then quietly move on to her next position in a different city or state. By the time anyone might have noticed a pattern, she was hundreds of miles away, working under a different name. Margaret's victim count reached 43 confirmed deaths, though investigators believe the actual number may be significantly higher. She kept detailed records of each murder in a series of journals disguised as recipe books, noting the type and amount of poison used, the victim's symptoms, and the timeline of their decline. These journals also contained her thoughts about each victim, revealing a woman who viewed the people she killed as nothing more than sources of income and entertainment. What made Margaret particularly dangerous was her ability to blend seamlessly into any community. She volunteered at churches, participated in community events, and maintained friendships with neighbors who never suspected her true nature. Her reputation as a caring, reliable caregiver made it easy for her to find new positions through word of mouth recommendations, and families often felt grateful to have found someone so dedicated to helping their loved ones. The investigation that finally brought Margaret down began in 2001 when Dr. Sarah Mitchell, a geriatric specialist in Phoenix, noticed an unusual pattern in deaths at Sunset Manor. Over the previous 18 months, 6 residents had died from what appeared to be complications of various illnesses, but all had shown similar symptoms in their final weeks. Dr. Mitchell ordered toxicology tests on the most recent victim and discovered lethal levels of arsenic in the tissue samples. Police searched Margaret's room and found her collection of poison journals, along with various toxic substances hidden in everyday containers. The evidence was overwhelming, documenting decades of calculated murder carried out by someone who appeared to be a harmless, elderly woman. Margaret showed no remorse when confronted with the evidence, calmly explaining that she had been providing a service by ending the suffering of people who were already dying. Margaret Louise Thompson was convicted of 6 counts of murder in Arizona, though she was suspected in dozens of additional deaths across multiple states. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole, where she died in 2004 at the age of 70. Her case led to stricter background checks for caregivers and new protocols for investigating suspicious deaths in assisted living facilities. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Margaret's crimes was how easily she had been able to operate undetected for so long. Her victims' families had trusted her with their most vulnerable loved ones, never imagining that the woman they saw as an angel of mercy was actually an angel of death. The cases we've explored tonight share a common thread. The killers who commit the most heinous crimes are often those who appear most normal, most trustworthy, most integrated into the fabric of society. They don't announce their evil with dramatic gestures or obvious warning signs. Instead, they hide behind facades of respectability, using our natural inclination to trust those in positions of authority or care to gain access to their victims. Raymond Clark Bittaker used his job at a slaughterhouse to perfect techniques he would later use on human victims. The Thornton family maintained a facade of religious devotion while conducting torture rituals in their basement. Dr. Edmund Grayson exploited his medical credentials to murder patients under the guise of compassionate care. Detective William Henley abused his law enforcement authority to hunt women like prey. Margaret Thompson capitalized on society's trust in elderly caregivers to poison dozens of vulnerable people. These monsters succeeded not because they were particularly clever or sophisticated, but because they understood how to manipulate the systems and relationships that hold our communities together. They weaponized trust, authority, and compassion, turning the very institutions meant to protect us into tools for their own evil purposes. The most chilling realization is that for every monster we've discussed tonight, there are likely others still operating, still hiding behind masks of normalcy, still exploiting the trust of those around them. They work in hospitals and police stations, live in suburban neighborhoods, volunteer at churches and community centers. They smile at us in grocery stores, hold doors open for strangers, and maintain the appearance of ordinary, decent human beings. The true horror isn't that monsters exist, it's that they look exactly like everyone else. The warning signs were always there, but nobody wanted to see them. In the quiet farming community of Decatur, Nebraska, population 4,200, residents prided themselves on knowing everyone's business. That illusion of safety crumbled on a frigid January morning in 1987 when authorities discovered what locals would later call the Grain Silo Massacre. It started when farmer Pete Morrison noticed his cattle acting strangely, refusing to drink from the water trough near the old Hartman grain elevator. When he investigated, the smell hit him first, sweet and sickening, like meat left too long in summer heat. Inside the abandoned silo, police found 17 bodies stacked like cordwood, all in various stages of decomposition. The victims ranged in age from 14 to 68, and forensic examination revealed they had been systematically tortured before death. The man responsible was Dale Eugene Hartman, a 53-year-old grain elevator operator who had inherited the business from his father. For over 2 decades, Dale had maintained the facade of a hard-working, God-fearing member of the community. He served as a deacon at First Baptist Church, coached youth baseball, and was known for his generous donations to local charities. What nobody knew was that Dale had been using his grain elevator as a killing ground since 1965. Dale's victims were primarily transients and migrant workers, people who drifted through Decatur looking for seasonal agricultural work. His method was devastatingly simple. He would offer employment, housing, and meals to desperate individuals who had nowhere else to turn. Once isolated at his property, Dale would drug them with veterinary sedatives stolen from local farms, then transport them to the abandoned silo where he conducted elaborate torture sessions. The silo itself was a monument to organized evil. Dale had converted the interior into different levels of horror, with makeshift cells constructed from farming equipment and livestock pens. He had installed a pulley system that allowed him to move victims between levels depending on what stage of torture they were experiencing. The bottom erpist as a torture devices. Level contained his collection of farming implements, us rep cattle prods, branding irons, and modified harvesting equipment designed to inflict maximum pain while keeping victims alive. Dale's journals, found hidden beneath a false floor in his farmhouse, revealed a man obsessed with what he called agricultural purification. He believed that people who lived off the land without working it deserved to suffer, and he saw himself as an instrument of divine justice. His entries described each victim's final moments in clinical detail, often comparing their screams to the sounds made by livestock during slaughter. What made Dale particularly dangerous was his deep understanding of rural community dynamics. He knew exactly which types of people could disappear without raising alarms, and he used his position as a respected businessman to deflect any suspicions. When concerned relatives occasionally called looking for missing family members, Dale would claim the person had worked briefly for him before moving on to another farm. His reputation for honesty made this that Dale had kill explanations easily accepted. The investigation revealed at least 43 people over 22 years, though the true number may never be known. Many of his victims were never reported missing, and Dale's disposal methods were so thorough that physical evidence was often impossible to find. He had fed body parts to his pigs, burned others in industrial furnaces, and scattered remains across hundreds of acres of farmland. Dale Hartman was convicted of multiple counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He was executed by electric chair in 1992, maintaining his innocence until the end despite overwhelming evidence of his crimes. The grain elevator was demolished shortly after his trial, but locals claim the land still feels cursed and no crops will grow where the silo once stood. But Dale's story, horrifying as it was, represents just one facet of rural evil. Sometimes the monsters don't hide in abandoned buildings or remote farms. Sometimes they operate from the heart of Main Street America, using respectability and community trust as their weapons. Dr. Patricia Colleen Morse had been Millbrook's only pediatrician for 18 years when the first parent noticed something wrong. It was subtle at first. Children who seemed drowsy after routine checkups, kids who developed mysterious illnesses shortly after vaccinations, families reporting strange behavioral changes in their sons and daughters following visits to Dr. Morse's clinic. But in a town where the nearest alternative medical care was 40 miles away, parents had little choice but to trust the woman who had delivered half the babies in Millbrook. Patricia had arrived in town in 1981, fresh out of her residency at a prestigious children's hospital in Minneapolis. She was everything a small community could want in a doctor: brilliant, dedicated, and seemingly devoted to the welfare of children. She worked long hours, made house calls during emergencies, and charged reasonable fees that working families could afford. Within a few years, she had become one of Millbrook's most respected citizens, serving on the school board and organizing annual charity drives for underprivileged children. What nobody suspected was that Dr. Patricia Morse was conducting illegal medical experiments on her young patients, using them as unwilling test subjects for pharmaceutical research that she was conducting without oversight or ethical approval. Her medical degree and sterling reputation provided perfect cover for what amounted to systematic child abuse disguised as health care. The experiments began small. Patricia would administer experimental drug cocktails during routine visits, telling parents they were new vaccines or vitamin supplements. She carefully documented each child's reactions, monitoring side effects and behavioral changes while maintaining detailed records that she planned to submit to pharmaceutical companies for profit. When children experienced adverse reactions, Patricia would attribute their symptoms to unrelated illnesses or developmental issues. As her confidence grew, Patricia's experiments became more invasive and dangerous. She began performing unnecessary surgical procedures on children, claiming they were preventive measures for conditions that didn't exist. She would remove healthy tissue for analysis, implant monitoring devices subcutaneously, and even conduct primitive genetic modification experiments using techniques she had learned from underground medical journals. Patricia's basement laboratory was a nightmare of medical equipment and specimen containers. She had constructed sterile operating chambers where she could perform procedures on sedated children without their parents' knowledge. Recovery times were explained as normal post vaccination fatigue, and any complications were dismissed as coincidental childhood illnesses. The scope of Patricia's crimes was staggering. Over 18 years, she had conducted illegal experiments on over 300 children, permanently damaging many and killing at least 12 through botched procedures or fatal drug reactions. She had been selling her research data to black market pharmaceutical companies while collecting insurance payments for unnecessary treatments. The investigation began when a new nurse, Amanda Foster, joined Patricia's practice and noticed irregularities in patient records. Children who should have been healthy were showing signs of chronic illnesses, and several families had reported similar symptoms after visits to the clinic. When Amanda confronted Patricia about her concerns, the doctor offered her a substantial bonus to keep quiet about anything she might have observed. Instead, Amanda contacted state health authorities, triggering an investigation that would expose one of the most systematic cases of medical child abuse in American history. When authorities searched Patricia's clinic and home, they found extensive evidence of illegal experimentation, including video recordings of procedures being performed on unconscious children. Dr. Patricia Colleen Morse was convicted of 12 counts of murder and over 300 counts of child abuse. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole, where she died in 2003 after being attacked by fellow inmates who learned about her crimes. Her case led to significant reforms in rural medical oversight and established new protocols for monitoring physicians who work in isolated communities. But even these tales of professional betrayal pale in comparison to what happens when evil takes root in the institutions we trust most to protect our children. Because our next case involves someone who didn't just abuse his position of authority, he built an entire system designed to harvest victims. Brother Thomas Augustine ran the St. Mary's Home for wayward boys, with an iron fist wrapped in a velvet glove. To the outside world, the remote boarding school in the mountains of West Virginia was a beacon of hope for troubled youth, a place where boys from broken homes could find discipline, education, and spiritual guidance. The reality behind those imposing stone walls was something altogether different. Thomas had founded St. Mary's in 1973 using inherited family money and donations from wealthy benefactors who believed in his mission of reforming delinquent children. The facility was deliberately isolated, located on 2,000 acres of mountainous terrain, with no nearby neighbors and limited contact with the outside world. This isolation, Thomas claimed, was necessary to remove boys from the negative influences that had led them astray. The children who arrived at St. Mary's were typically court ordered placements: runaways, juvenile offenders, kids from families too poor or dysfunctional to care for them properly. Many had no regular contact with relatives, making them perfect victims for what Thomas called his rehabilitation program. Parents who did visit were shown carefully orchestrated tours of clean dormitories and well behaved students, never seeing what happened in the basement levels or remote outbuildings. Thomas had created a hierarchy of abuse that extended far beyond simple physical punishment. New arrivals were subjected to what he called purification rituals, designed to break down their resistance and reshape their personalities. These ceremonies, conducted in a chapel he had constructed beneath the main building, involved psychological torture, sexual abuse, and carefully calibrated physical violence that left no visible marks. The most compliant students were elevated to positions of authority over newer arrivals, creating a system where victims became perpetrators in order to survive. Thomas encouraged these student enforcers to report on their peers, rewarding loyalty with better food, private rooms, and protection from the worst abuses. This system ensured that potential whistleblowers were silenced by their own classmates. What made Thomas particularly dangerous was his sophisticated understanding of institutional psychology. He had studied cult indoctrination techniques and borrowed methods from military training programs, creating an environment where children learned to view their suffering as necessary for their own moral development. Many students genuinely believed they deserved the abuse they received and were grateful to Thomas for helping them become better people. The school's remote location allowed Thomas to dispose of evidence easily. When children died from abuse or medical neglect, their bodies were buried in unmarked graves scattered throughout the property's vast wilderness. Official records showed these boys as runaways who had fled the facility, and their families were told that every effort was being made to locate them. Thomas's network of influence extended far beyond the school itself. He had cultivated relationships with judges, social workers, and law enforcement officials who continued sending troubled youth to St. Mary's, despite occasional reports of mistreatment. His substantial donations to local charities and political campaigns ensured that complaints were dismissed or buried before they could trigger serious investigations. The end came in 1995 when a former student named Marcus Webb, who had escaped from St. Mary's years earlier, returned as an adult with a team of investigators and law enforcement officials. Marcus had spent years documenting the abuse he and others had suffered, gathering testimonies from survivors, and building a case that couldn't be ignored. The raid on St. Mary's uncovered a house of horrors that shocked even experienced investigators. The basement chapel contained torture devices disguised as religious artifacts, while dormitories held dozens of malnourished, traumatized children who had been isolated from the outside world for years. Mass graves scattered across the property yielded the remains of 37 children who had died under Thomas's care. Brother Thomas Augustine was convicted of multiple counts of murder, child abuse, and operating a criminal enterprise. He was sentenced to death but died in prison before his execution could be carried out. The St. Mary's facility was demolished, and the property was donated to create a memorial park for the victims. The case exposed systematic failures in the child welfare system that allowed predators like Thomas to operate with impunity for decades. Many of the officials who had ignored warning signs faced their own criminal charges, while survivors continued to struggle with the lasting trauma of their experiences. But sometimes, the most insidious evil doesn't announce itself through violence or obvious abuse. Sometimes it hides behind smiles and kindness, using our natural desire to help others as a weapon against us. Eleanor Margaret Thorne was everyone's favorite neighbor. At 72, she lived alone in a Victorian house that had been in her family for generations, spending her days tending an elaborate garden and her evenings baking pies for anyone who might need cheering up. Children loved visiting Mrs. Thorne, who always had fresh cookies and stories about the old days. What they didn't know was that Eleanor had been slowly poisoning the entire neighborhood for over 15 years. Eleanor's killing spree began in 1984 after a bitter dispute with her next door neighbors over a property line. When the Johnsons installed a fence that Eleanor believed encroached on her land, she decided to take matters into her own hands. Her method was elegant in its simplicity. She began adding small amounts of various toxins to the baked goods she regularly shared with neighbors, gradually building up lethal doses in their systems. Her first victims were the Johnson family themselves. Over the course of 6 months, Eleanor delivered fresh bread, cookies, and casseroles laced with carefully measured amounts of arsenic and other heavy metals. The family's health gradually declined, with symptoms that mimicked various chronic illnesses. When all four family members died within weeks of each other, the tragedy was attributed to a genetic disorder or environmental contamination. So, Eleanor's success with the Johnsons gave her both confidence and a taste for the power that came with controlling life and death. She expanded her operations, targeting anyone in the neighborhood who had ever crossed her or simply annoyed her with their lifestyle choices. Her poison garden, disguised as an herb and flower collection, provided a steady supply of deadly compounds that she extracted and refined using chemistry knowledge gained from decades of reading medical and scientific journals. The beauty of Eleanor's method was that it appeared to be an act of kindness. Neighbors looked forward to her visits, grateful for the delicious treats she brought and the friendly conversation she provided. Many victims actually thanked her for her generosity, even as they were dying from the toxins she had fed them. Eleanor kept detailed records of each poisoning, noting the type and amount of toxin used, the victim's symptoms, and the timeline of their decline. These records, disguised as gardening journals, revealed a woman who viewed murder as a form of pest control, methodically eliminating people she considered undesirable while maintaining the facade of a caring community member. Over 15 years, Eleanor murdered 23 people in her neighborhood, including entire families who had the misfortune of accepting her hospitality. Her victim count included children, elderly residents, and even pets who had eaten scraps of her poisoned offerings. The deaths were attributed to various causes: cancer clusters, environmental contamination, genetic disorders, anything except the sweet elderly woman who brought comfort food to grieving families. The investigation began when a new resident, Dr. Sarah Chen, noticed unusual patterns in neighborhood mortality rates. As an epidemiologist, Sarah was trained to spot disease clusters and environmental health hazards. When she analyzed death certificates and medical records, she discovered that the unusually high death rate was concentrated around Eleanor's house, with victims showing symptoms consistent with heavy metal poisoning. Police obtained a warrant to search Eleanor's property and discovered her poison garden, along with extraction equipment hidden in her basement. Her journals provided detailed confessions to decades of murder, written in the same cheerful tone she used when discussing her flowers and vegetables. Eleanor Margaret Thorne was arrested and charged with 23 counts of murder. During her trial, she showed no remorse, explaining that she had been improving the neighborhood by removing undesirable elements. She was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, where she died in 2001 at the age of 89. The Eleanor Thorne case became a textbook example of how serial killers can hide in plain sight, using acts of apparent kindness to mask their deadly intentions. Her story serves as a chilling reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious warning signs. Sometimes it comes bearing gifts. But what happens when the evil isn't hidden behind false kindness or professional authority? What happens when it emerges from the depths of human obsession, twisted by years of resentment into something unrecognizable? The town of Cedar Falls, Iowa, knew Robert Mitchell Crane as the quiet man who ran the local electronics repair shop. For 12 years, he had fixed televisions, radios, and small appliances for his neighbors, earning a reputation for honest work and fair prices. What nobody suspected was that Robert had been using his technical skills to build an elaborate surveillance network throughout the town, watching and recording the private lives of hundreds of residents while selecting targets for his increasing lease. Robert's OBS violent fantasession began in 1987 when he was rejected by a woman he had been secretly watching for months. Linda Hartwell, a bank teller 12 years his junior, had politely declined his dinner invitation, explaining that she was already in a relationship. To Robert, this rejection wasn't just personal disappointment. It was a declaration of war against everything he believed he deserved from life. Instead of accepting the rejection and moving on, Robert began an elaborate campaign of surveillance and harassment that would eventually escalate into murder. He installed hidden cameras in Linda's apartment, apped her phone, tied lines, and tracked her daily routines with obsessive precision. When she moved to a different apartment, Robert used his knowledge of security systems to breach her new home as well. The surveillance equipment Robert built was remarkably sophisticated for the time period. Using components from his repair shop and mail order electronics catalogs, he constructed miniaturized cameras and recording devices that could be hidden in everyday objects. He installed these devices throughout Cedar Falls, creating a web of observation that allowed him to monitor dozens of residents simultaneously. Robert's journals revealed a man consumed by the belief that women were deliberately conspiring against him, forming secret alliances to deny him the relationships and respect he felt he deserved. He documented imaginary slights and perceived insults, building elaborate theories about how various women in town were working together to humiliate him. The first murder occurred in 1989 when Robert decided that Linda Hartwell needed to be punished for what he saw as her betrayal. He used his surveillance network to determine when she would be alone, then broke into her apartment and waited. When Linda returned home from work, Robert confronted her with recordings he had made of her private conversations, demanding that she submit her body in poses he had fantes to his romantic advances. When Linda tried from his repair kit, he spent hours errand to flee. Robert strangled her with electrical wire iced about, photographing the scene with cameras he had brought specifically for this purpose. After disposing of the body in a remote location, Robert returned to his shop and continued his normal routine as if nothing had happened. Linda's disappearance was initially treated as a missing person case, with police assuming she had left town voluntarily. Robert even volunteered to help with the search, using his insider knowledge to misdirect investigators away from any evidence that might implicate him. The success of his first murder convinced Robert that he had found the perfect outlet for his rage and frustration. Over the next 10 years, he killed 6 more women, each one selected through his surveillance network and murdered in increasingly elaborate scenarios. His victims were chosen based on perceived slights or rejections, but also simply because they represented the type of woman he felt was denying him the life he deserved. Robert's technical skills allowed him to stay ahead of law enforcement for years. He monitored police radio frequencies, recorded conversations between investigators, and even planted surveillance devices in the police station itself. This inside information allowed him to alter evidence, mislead investigations, and ensure that suspicion never fell on him. The case that finally brought Robert down involved his attempt to murder an 8th victim, Jennifer Walsh, a teacher who had politely declined to go out with him after meeting at a community event. Robert had spent months preparing for her murder, installing cameras throughout her house and documenting her daily routines. But Jennifer had noticed signs that someone was watching her. Small objects moved, sounds in her attic, the feeling of being observed even when alone. She contacted police and insisted on a thorough investigation of her home, despite officers' initial skepticism about her concerns. The search revealed Robert's sophisticated surveillance equipment, along with hundreds of hours of recordings featuring Jennifer and other women in town. When police traced the equipment back to Robert's shop, they found his murder journals and photographic evidence of his crimes. Robert Mitchell Crane was arrested and charged with 7 counts of murder. During his interrogation, he showed investigators the full extent of his surveillance network, which had recorded thousands of hours of footage from homes, businesses, and public spaces throughout Cedar Falls. The violation of privacy affected nearly every family in town. Robert was convicted and sentenced to death, but died in prison in 2003 before his execution could be carried out. The discovery of his surveillance network led to significant changes in privacy laws and electronic surveillance regulations, while the town of Cedar Falls struggled to rebuild trust among neighbors who had learned their most private moments had been recorded by a killer. The cases we've examined tonight represent different faces of evil, but they share common threads that make them particularly terrifying. These weren't random acts of violence or crimes of passion. They were systematic campaigns of murder carried out by individuals who had learned to weaponize the trust and vulnerability of their communities. Raymond Clark Bittaker used his access to industrial equipment and isolated locations to create a mobile torture chamber. The Thornton family built their horror around twisted religious beliefs that justified any atrocity. Dr. Edmund Grayson exploited his medical training to murder patients while appearing to provide compassionate care. Detective William Henley abused his law enforcement authority to hunt women like prey. Margaret Thompson capitalized on society's trust in elderly caregivers to poison vulnerable people over 4 decades. Dale Hartman used his agricultural business to lure and kill transients who wouldn't be missed. Dr. Patricia Morse conducted illegal medical experiments on children under the guise of routine health care. Brother Thomas Augustine created an entire institution designed to abuse and murder the children placed in his care. Eleanor Thorne turned acts of neighborly kindness into delivery systems and for poison, while Robert Crane built an elaborate surveillance network to stalk his victims. Each of these killers succeeded not through superior intelligence or criminal sophistication, but by understanding how to exploit the social bonds and institutional trust that hold communities together. The most disturbing realization is that these monsters didn't operate in isolation. They thrived within systems that should have protected their victims, but instead provided cover for their crimes. Medical oversight failed to detect systematic patient murders. Law enforcement agencies ignored patterns that should child have triggered investigations. Vulnerable children directly welfare systems placed into the hands of predators. These failures weren't just bureaucratic oversights, they were systemic vulnerabilities that allowed evil to flourish unchecked. The killers we've discussed tonight understood these weaknesses instinctively and exploited them with ruthless efficiency. What makes these cases truly chilling isn't just the number of victims or the brutality of the methods, it's the realization that similar predators are almost certainly operating right now, hiding behind the same facades of respectability and authority. They're working in hospitals and schools, serving in law enforcement and government, volunteering in churches and community organizations. They look like everyone else, act like everyone else, and use our natural inclination to trust those in positions of authority or care to gain access to their victims. They understand that the best place to hide evil is in plain sight, surrounded by the institutions and relationships that we depend on for safety and security. The true horror isn't that monsters exist, it's that they've learned to make themselves invisible by becoming indispensable part size. And of the communities they terrored somewhere out there, in small towns and big cities across the country, they're still hunting. They operate in shadows cast by fluorescent lights, hidden behind name tags and uniforms, smiling from behind reception desks while planning their next kill. The monsters who terrify us most aren't lurking in abandoned buildings or dark alleys. They're checking us out at grocery stores, teaching our children, and caring for our elderly. In the sweltering heat of August 1991, the emergency room at Riverside General Hospital in Bakersfield, California, was busier than usual. Heat stroke victims filled the hallways, elderly patients struggled with dehydration, and the staff worked overtime to manage the crisis. What nobody realized was that one of their own was making the situation infinitely worse. Efren Saldivar was a respiratory therapist, trusted with the lives of the hospital's most vulnerable patients. Clean shaven, soft spoken, and diligent in his work, he had earned the respect of doctors and nurses who saw him as reliable and compassionate. But behind that professional demeanor was a man who had discovered the ultimate power trip, the ability to decide who lived and who died with the simple push of a syringe. It started small, as these things always do. A patient who was suffering, an elderly man whose family had been praying for his pain to end. Ephron administered a lethal dose of Pavilon, a paralytic drug that would stop the man's breathing while leaving him fully conscious and aware. The death appeared natural, another casualty of age and illness. Nobody questioned the respiratory therapist who had been trying to save him, but that first kill awakened something in Ephron, the feeling of absolute control, of being able to end a life with clinical precision, became addictive. He began selecting patients based not on their suffering, but on his own twisted sense of who deserved to live. Difficult patients who complained too much, elderly people who reminded him of relatives he disliked, anyone who looked at him the wrong way or failed to show proper gratitude for his care. Ephron's method was devastatingly effective. Pavulon mimicked respiratory failure, a common cause of death in hospital settings. The drug left no trace in standard toxicology screenings, and his position as a respiratory therapist gave him legitimate access to dying patients. When families asked what happened, Ephron would comfort them with practiced sympathy, explaining that their loved one had simply been too weak to fight any longer. Over the course of 6 years, Efren Saldivar murdered an estimated 50 to 100 patients at multiple hospitals throughout Southern California. He moved between facilities whenever suspicions arose, using glowing recommendations from previous employers to secure new positions. His ability to provide comfort to grieving families made him invaluable to hospital administrators who never suspected his true nature. The investigation began in 1997 when a sharp eyed nurse named Maria Santos noticed an unusual pattern in respiratory deaths during Efren's shifts. Patients who should have stabilized were dying unexpectedly, and Efren always seemed to be the last person to see them alive. When Maria brought her concerns to hospital administration, they initially dismissed her suspicions. Efren was too valuable, too respected, too integral to their operations. But Maria persisted, keeping detailed records of deaths that occurred under Efren's care. When she finally convinced authorities to investigate, they discovered that respiratory failure rates were dramatically higher during his shifts. Toxicology tests on recently deceased patients revealed lethal levels of Pavilon in their systems, and Efren's own hospital keycard showed him accessing drug storage areas at suspicious times. Confronted with the evidence, Efren Saldivar confessed to killing patients he deemed no remorse, explaining CD unworthy of life. He solemnly that he had been providing a service by eliminating people who were drains on fed to life in prison without health care system. He was sentenced parole, where he died in 2015 after being attacked by fellow inmates who learned about his crimes. But Ephraim's story pales in comparison to the systematic horror perpetrated by our next killer, a man who used his position of trust to prey on the most vulnerable members of society. In the quiet suburb of Glenview, Illinois, parents trusted their children to the care of John Edward Robinson Sr., a seemingly respectable businessman who ran a consulting firm from his modest office downtown. Robinson had built a reputation as someone who helped young people in crisis, offering job training and housing assistance to runaways and troubled teens. What families didn't know was that Robinson was using his legitimate business as a front for one of the most systematic killing sprees in American history. Robinson's crimes began in the early 1980s when he started targeting young women through classified ads and early internet bulletin boards. He would pose as a wealthy businessman looking for a personal assistant or companion, offering attractive salaries and travel opportunities to women who were desperate for a fresh start. When they responded to his ads, Robinson would conduct professional sounding interviews that convinced them he was legitimate. His first known victim was 19-year-old Lisa Stassi, who had answered an ad for a nanny position. Robinson met her at a coffee shop, dressed in an expensive suit and carrying a briefcase full of official-looking documents. He offered her a job caring for his elderly mother, complete with housing and a generous salary. Lisa was thrilled by the opportunity and agreed to start immediately. Robinson drove Lisa to what he claimed was his mother's house, but was actually a remote cabin he had purchased under a false name. Once isolated, he revealed his true intentions. Over the next 3 days, Robinson tortured and sexually assaulted Lisa before strangling her with electrical cord. He buried her body in the woods surrounding the cabin, then returned to the city to search for his next victim. What made Robinson particularly dangerous was his ability to maintain multiple false identities simultaneously. He created fake businesses, rented office spaces under assumed names, and built elaborate cover stories that could withstand casual investigation. To the outside world, he appeared to be a successful entrepreneur who traveled frequently for business. In reality, he was crossing state lines to hunt for victims who wouldn't be missed. Robinson's killing method evolved over time. He began using the internet more extensively, creating profiles on early dating websites and chat rooms where he could target vulnerable women from across the country. He would build relationships over weeks or months, gaining their trust before arranging to meet in person. Many of his victims actually believed they were entering into romantic relationships with a wealthy, caring man who wanted to help them build better lives. The cabin became Robinson's personal killing ground. He had soundproofed the interior and installed restraints that allowed him to keep victims alive for extended periods. He documented their suffering with photographs and video recordings, creating a twisted archive of human misery that he would review during quiet moments at his legitimate office job. Between 1984 and 1999, John Edward Robinson Sr. murdered at least 8 women, though investigators suspect the true number may be significantly higher. He had become skilled at selecting victims whose disappearances wouldn't trigger immediate searches, missing persons who were estranged from their families, women with histories of running away, individuals whose lifestyles made them easy to dismiss as voluntary disappearances. Robinson's downfall came when he made the mistake of targeting Suzette Truton, a nurse from Michigan who had maintained regular contact with her family. When Suzette failed to call her mother as scheduled after meeting Robinson, her family immediately contacted police and provided detailed information about the man she had gone to meet. The investigation revealed Robinson's web of false identities and traced his movements across multiple states. When authorities searched his cabin, they found the bodies of 5 women buried in shallow graves around the property, along with videotapes documenting their final moments. Robinson's computer contained thousands of emails with potential victims, revealing the scope of his operation. John Edward Robinson Sr. was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death. He remains on death row in Kansas, where he continues to maintain his innocence despite overwhelming evidence of his crimes. His case became one of the first major examples of how the internet could be used to facilitate serial murder, leading to new investigative techniques and safety warnings about online relationships. But sometimes, evil doesn't need elaborate schemes or false identities. Sometimes, it simply needs opportunity and a complete lack of conscience. The residents of Millbrook, Pennsylvania, thought they knew their mailman. For 8 years, Thomas Eugene Walsh had walked the same routes, delivered the same packages, and exchanged pleasantries with the same neighbors. He was punctual, polite, and reliable, the kind of postal worker who actually cared about getting mail to the right addresses. What nobody suspected was that Thomas was using his intimate knowledge of neighborhood routines to select and stalk potential victims. Thomas had discovered that being a mailman provided the perfect cover for surveillance. He knew when people were home, when they traveled, who lived alone, and which houses had valuable contents. More importantly, he understood the daily rhythms of suburban life well enough to identify windows of opportunity when he could strike without witnesses. His obsession began with 34-year-old Janet Morrison, a divorced teacher who lived alone in a quiet cul-de-sac. Thomas had been delivering her mail for months, noting her schedule and gradually becoming fixated on what he imagined her private life might be like. He began saving pieces of her mail, studying utility bills and personal correspondence to build a detailed picture of her habits and financial situation. The transition from fantasy to action happened gradually. Thomas started entering Janet's house during his mail route, using a spare key he had found under a flower pot. Initially, he just looked around, touching her belongings and imagining what it would be like to have complete control over her life. But these intrusions escalated quickly into something much darker. Thomas installed hidden cameras throughout Janet's house, creating a surveillance system that allowed him to watch her most private moments. He studied her routines obsessively, learning exactly when she showered, what she wore to bed, and how she spent her evenings alone. The power of this secret knowledge became intoxicating, feeding fantasies that grew increasingly violent. When voyeurism was no longer enough, Thomas decided to take direct action. He waited until Janet's usual bedtime, then entered her house using the key he had copied months earlier. Janet woke to find a man in her bedroom, but Thomas had planned for this moment. He subdued her with a stun gun, then spent hours acting out the scenarios he had been fantasizing about for months. Janet Morrison was found dead the next morning by a neighbor who noticed her newspapers piling up. The scene appeared to be a burglary gone wrong, with valuables missing and signs of a struggle throughout the house. Police had no suspects and no physical evidence connecting Thomas to the crime. He had been careful to avoid leaving fingerprints, and his presence in the neighborhood was so routine that nobody would have found it suspicious. The success of his first murder convinced Thomas that he had found the perfect hunting method. Over the next 2 years, he killed 4 more women on his mail route, each one selected through the same process of surveillance and stalking. His victims were chosen for their isolation and vulnerability: single women, elderly residents, anyone who lived alone and followed predictable routines. Thomas's method became increasingly sophisticated. He would spend months studying each potential victim, learning their habits, and identifying the best approach for each individual situation. Some he killed during apparent burglaries, others during staged home invasions. One elderly woman was found dead from an apparent heart attack, though Thomas had actually poisoned her with insulin stolen from another victim's medical supplies. The pattern that finally exposed Thomas was his tendency to steal specific items from each victim's home. He kept trophies from every murder: jewelry, photographs, personal items that held special meaning for the women he killed. When investigators finally connected the cases, they realized that someone with intimate knowledge of the victims' homes was responsible for the crimes. The break came when Thomas made a crucial error. During his final murder, he accidentally dropped his Postal Service identification badge while fleeing the scene. When police traced the badge back to him, they obtained a warrant to search his house and found a horrifying collection of stolen items from all 5 victims, along with the hours of surveillance footage and detailed journals documenting his stalking activities. Thomas Eugene Walsh was arrested and charged with 5 counts of first-degree murder. During his confession, he explained that he had never intended to become a killer, but had gradually escalated from voyeurism to murder as his fantasies became more violent. He was sentenced to death and executed in 2008, maintaining until the end that his victims had somehow invited his attention by living alone. The Walsh case led to significant changes in Postal Service security procedures and background checking, but it also highlighted how everyday service workers can exploit their access to commit horrific crimes. Thomas had used the trust placed in him by an entire community to hunt and kill the very people he was supposed to serve. But what happens when the monster doesn't even need a job or official position to gain access to victims? What happens when evil simply knocks on your door and asks to be let in? The thing about door-to-door salesmen is that people expect them to be persistent, charming, and just a little bit invasive. That's why nobody in the suburbs of Kansas City found it odd when Marcus Ray Jennings spent so much time at each house, asking detailed questions about family schedules and security systems. He was selling home security equipment, after all, and customers appreciated his thoroughness in assessing their needs. Marcus had stumbled upon the perfect cover for his real occupation. As a legitimate security system salesman, he could knock on any door in any neighborhood without arousing suspicion. He could ask intimate questions about when people were home, whether they had alarms, if they owned guns, and how many people lived in the house. Better yet, he could examine the interior layout of homes and identify potential entry points, all while being invited inside by his future victims. The job had started as genuine employment. Marcus needed work after being released from prison for armed robbery, and the security company was willing to hire ex convicts who could relate to criminal thinking. The irony wasn't lost on him that his job was to help people protect themselves from people exactly like him. But as Marcus visited house after house, documenting security vulnerabilities and learning family routines, he began to see opportunities that had nothing to do with legitimate sales. Wealthy families with expensive possessions, single women with poor security habits, elderly couples who would be easy to overpower. The temptation eventually became too strong to resist. His first victim was 68-year-old Dorothy Fletcher, a widow who lived alone in a large house filled with antiques and family heirlooms. Marcus had visited her 3 times over 2 weeks, ostensibly to design a custom security system for her property. During these visits, he learned that Dorothy received Social Security checks on the first of each month, had no close neighbors, and rarely left her house except for weekly grocery trips. Marcus returned to Dorothy's house on a Tuesday evening, entering through a basement window he had identified during his security assessment. He found Dorothy in her living room, watching television and working on a crossword puzzle. When she saw him, her first reaction wasn't fear but confusion. She recognized him as the nice young man who was going to help protect her home. That moment of recognition was exactly what Marcus had been counting on. Dorothy's guard was down because she trusted him, and that trust allowed him to get close enough to overpower her without a struggle. Marcus spent the next several hours torturing Dorothy for information about where she kept her valuables, then killed her with a knife from her own kitchen. The murder netted Marcus less than $300 in cash and some jewelry that turned out to be worthless costume pieces. But the thrill of complete control over another person's life and death was intoxicating. He had discovered a hunting method that virtually guaranteed success, and he was eager to use it again. Over the next 18 months, Marcus killed 11 more people across 3 states, always using his security salesman cover to gain access to their homes. He targeted elderly residents, single women, and anyone who appeared wealthy enough to make the risk worthwhile. His method was always the same: establish trust through legitimate business contact, then return later to rob and murder his customers. What made Marcus particularly dangerous was his ability to appear genuinely helpful and concerned about his victims' safety. He would spend hours with potential targets, discussing their fears about crime and offering reassurance about how his security systems would protect them. Many victims actually thanked him for caring so much about their well being, never suspecting that he was the threat they needed protection from. Marcus's downfall came when he attempted to murder Patricia Williams, a retired nurse who had purchased a security system from him the previous month. Patricia had been suspicious of Marcus from their first meeting, noting inconsistencies in his story and his overly personal questions about her living situation. When he returned to her house, claiming there was a problem with her system, Patricia was ready. She had installed additional security measures that Marcus didn't know about, including hidden cameras and a panic button connected directly to the police station. When Marcus attacked her, Patricia activated the alarm and fought back with pepper spray and a baseball bat. Police arrived within minutes to find Marcus attempting to flee through the same basement window he had used to enter. A search of Marcus's apartment revealed detailed files on dozens of potential victims, including floor plans, security assessments, and personal information gathered during his legitimate sales calls. The evidence linked him conclusively to 12 murders and provided leads for investigations in several other states where similar crimes had occurred. Marcus Ray Jennings was convicted of multiple counts of first degree murder and sentenced to death. He was executed by lethal injection in 2019, but not before confessing to additional murders that investigators had never connected to him. His case prompted new regulations for door to door sales companies and highlighted the vulnerability of people who trust strangers simply because they appear to be conducting legitimate business. But sometimes, the most dangerous predators are those who don't need to work at gaining trust. Sometimes they're born into it, inheriting positions of authority and respect that make their crimes almost impossible to detect. The Reverend Samuel Clayton Morrison had been preaching at First Baptist Church of Cedar Rapids for 37 years when the first body was discovered. To his congregation, he was a pillar of moral authority, a man who had baptized their children, officiated their weddings, and comforted them through every tragedy and loss. His sermons about sin and redemption drew packed houses every Sunday, and his charitable work in the community had earned him recognition from the mayor and governor. What nobody knew was that Reverend Morrison's basement contained one of the most elaborate torture chambers ever discovered in American criminal history. Morrison had inherited the church position from his father, who had served the same congregation for 40 years before his death in 1962. The younger Morrison stepped seamlessly into the role, maintaining all of his father's traditions while adding his own innovations to the church's community outreach programs. He organized youth camps, counseling sessions, and support groups for troubled individuals, creating a network of programs that gave him access to the most vulnerable members of society. The torture chamber had been constructed gradually over decades, hidden beneath the church basement in a series of rooms that didn't appear on any architectural plans. Morrison had excavated the space himself, working late at night when the church was empty, disposing of dirt and debris in small amounts that wouldn't attract attention. The finished complex included soundproof cells, an operating theater equipped with medical instruments, and a crematorium disguised as a heating system upgrade. Morrison's first victim was a 17-year-old runaway named Kevin Marsh, who had come to the church seeking help in 1967. Morrison offered Kevin food, shelter, and spiritual guidance, convincing the teenager that he could find redemption through suffering and penitence. Over the course of 3 weeks, Morrison subjected Kevin to increasingly brutal physical and psychological torture, all while explaining that the pain was necessary for his spiritual purification. When Kevin finally died from his injuries, Morrison disposed of the body in his hidden crematorium, then reported to police that the boy had left town without warning. The pattern was established. Morrison would target individuals who were unlikely to be missed, gain their trust through offers of spiritual help, then transport them to his underground chamber where he could act out his twisted religious fantasies without interference. Over 35 years, Morrison murdered at least 43 people, though investigators believe the true number may exceed 70. His victims included runaways, addicts, homeless individuals, and anyone who came to him seeking help during personal crises. Morrison viewed each murder as a religious ritual, believing that he was sending souls to heaven through the purifying experience of extreme suffering. The church's isolation made Morrison's crimes easy to conceal. The building was located on 20 acres of rural property, with no close neighbors and minimal traffic. Morrison lived alone in a house on the church grounds, giving him complete privacy for his activities. When congregation members occasionally asked about people who had come seeking help and then disappeared, Morrison would explain that they had found peace and moved on to start new lives elsewhere. Morrison's journals, discovered after his arrest, revealed a man who had completely merged his homicidal impulses with his religious beliefs. He wrote extensively about his conversations with God, claiming to receive direct instructions about which individuals needed to be sacrificed for the greater good. His descriptions of torture sessions read like perverted religious ceremonies, with each act of violence interpreted as a step towards spiritual enlightenment. The investigation began when construction workers renovating a nearby building discovered human remains that had been buried decades earlier. Forensic analysis revealed that the bones belonged to multiple individuals who had died from violent causes, and the burial site was traced to property adjacent to Morrison's church. When police obtained a warrant to search the church grounds, they uncovered the hidden torture chamber and found evidence of systematic murder spanning multiple decades. Reverend Samuel Clayton Morrison was arrested while preparing for his weekly sermon. He showed no surprise when police arrived, calmly explaining that he had been expecting this moment and had already made peace with God about his actions. During his interrogation, Morrison provided detailed confessions to dozens of murders, describing each victim's final moments with disturbing clinical precision. The trial became a national sensation as details of Morrison's crimes emerged. The congregation that had worshipped under his leadership for decades struggled to understand how they had been deceived so completely. Many members experienced psychological breakdowns as they realized that their spiritual leader had been a mass murderer who had used their trust to facilitate his crimes. Morrison was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death. He was executed by lethal injection in 2003, maintaining until his final moments that his actions had been divinely inspired. The church was demolished shortly after his trial, but the community of Cedar Rapids never fully recovered from the revelation that evil had been hiding behind their pulpit for over 3 decades. The cases we've examined tonight reveal a disturbing truth about the nature of evil in our society. These killers succeeded not through superior intelligence or criminal sophistication, but by exploiting the trust and vulnerability inherent in our social institutions. They weaponized our natural inclination to trust those in positions of authority, care, and service, turning the very relationships that bind communities together into tools for hunting human prey. Efren Saldivar used his medical credentials to murder patients under the guise of compassionate care. John Edward Robinson Sr. exploited early internet technology to lure victims with false promises of employment and romance. Thomas Walsh turned his postal route into a hunting ground using his knowledge of neighborhood routines to select and stalk victims. Marcus Jennings converted legitimate business contacts into opportunities for robbery and murder. Reverend Morrison perverted religious authority to gain access to vulnerable individuals seeking spiritual help. Each of these predators understood that the best place to hide evil is in plain sight, surrounded by the institutions and relationships that we depend on for safety and security. They didn't announce their intentions with obvious warning signs or dramatic gists of respectability and trustworthiness using churs. Instead, they cultivated images our natural desire to believe in the goodness of others as a weapon against us. The most chilling realization is that these monsters operated for years, sometimes decades, without detection. They walked among us, worked beside us, and earned our trust while systematically destroying lives. Their success wasn't or criminal genius, it is due to exceptional cunning, was due to their understanding of human psychology and social dynamics. They knew that people want to trust their doctors, mailmen, salespeople, and spiritual leaders. They understood that we're reluctant to suspect those who serve us, care for us, or claim to help us. They exploited our fundamental need to believe that the world is populated primarily by decent, honest individuals who share our basic moral values. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these cases is what they reveal about the systems that should have protected their victims. Hospitals failed to detect patterns of suspicious deaths. Law enforcement agencies dismissed early warnings from concerned citizens. Religious institutions provided cover for predators who use spiritual authority to abuse their power. Business licensing systems allowed criminals to operate with minimal oversight. These failures weren't just bureaucratic oversights, they were systemic vulnerabilities that allowed evil to flourish unchecked. The killers we've discussed tonight understood these weaknesses instinctively and exploited them with ruthless efficiency. They knew that our institutions are designed to trust first and verify later, and they used that trust as a shield while they hunted. What makes these stories truly terrifying isn't just the number of victims or the brutality of the methods, it's the realization that similar predators are almost certainly operating right now, hidden behind the same facades of respectability and authority. They're working in our hospitals and schools, walking our mail routes, knocking on our doors, and standing in our pulpits. They look like everyone else, sound like everyone else, and use our deepest human needs for care, connection, and meaning to identify and exploit their victims. They understand that the most effective camouflage isn't invisibility. It's becoming so familiar, so trusted, so essential to daily life that the possibility of evil never enters our minds. The true horror isn't that monsters exist. The true horror is that they've learned to make themselves indispensable to the very communities they terrorize, hiding their darkest impulses behind smiles, service, and the promise of help. And somewhere out there, in hospitals and churches, walking suburban streets and answering business phones, they continue to hunt, protected by our unwillingness to suspect those we've been taught to trust. They are the evil we never see coming, because they're the evil we invite in. They are the evil that walks among us, wearing masks of normalcy while plotting our destruction. Tonight, we uncover the monsters who perfected the art of hiding in plain sight. On a humid September morning in 1982, construction workers breaking ground for a new subdivision in Tallahassee, Florida, stumbled upon something that would haunt them for decades. Buried beneath layers of concrete and sand were the remains of 14 people, all bound with electrical wire and showing signs of prolonged torture. The discovery would eventually lead investigators to one of the most methodical and brutal killers in American history, Gerard John Schaefer. Schaefer wasn't a drifter or an obvious psychopath. He was a sheriff's deputy, a man entrusted with protecting the very community he was terrorizing. For over a decade, he had used his badge and uniform to lure victims, convincing young women that he was conducting routine stops or offering assistance to those in distress. His police cruiser became a mobile torture chamber, equipped with restraints and tools that he used to inflict unimaginable suffering on his victims. What made Schaefer particularly dangerous was his intimate knowledge of law enforcement procedures. He knew how to manipulate crime scenes, destroy evidence, and misdirect investigations. When bodies were discovered, Schaefer often volunteered to assist with the investigation, using his position to contaminate evidence and steer suspicion away from himself. He had studied criminal psychology extensively, not to catch killers, but to avoid being caught himself. Schaefer's victims were typically young women who were hitchhiking or walking alone on remote roads. He would approach them in his patrol car, claiming he was conducting a safety check or offering a ride to protect them from other potential threats. Once they were in his vehicle, Schaefer would drive them to isolated locations where he had constructed elaborate torture scenarios involving trees, ropes, and various implements designed to prolong suffering. His journals, discovered years later, revealed a man obsessed with what he called purification through pain. Schaefer believed that by subjecting his victims to extreme torture, he was somehow cleansing them of moral corruption. He kept detailed records of each victim's responses to different forms of abuse, treating human suffering like a scientific experiment. Between 1969 and 1973, Schaefer murdered at least 28 women across Florida, though investigators suspect the true number may be much higher. His ability to operate undetected for so long was due entirely to his position within law enforcement. When concerned families reported missing persons, Schaefer would often be assigned to investigate their disappearances, allowing him to control the flow of information and ensure that evidence never pointed in his direction. The case that finally brought Schaefer down involved two teenage girls who managed to escape from one of his torture sessions. They provided police with detailed descriptions of their attacker and the location where he had held them. When investigators searched the area, they found evidence linking multiple disappearances to the same site. Schaefer was arrested and eventually convicted, though he maintained his innocence until his death in prison in 1995. But Schaefer's story pales in comparison to the systematic horror perpetrated by our next subject, a man who used his medical training to perfect the art of murder. Dr. Michael Swango seemed like the ideal physician, dedicated, knowledgeable, and deeply committed to patient care. He had graduated from medical school with honors and completed prestigious internships at major hospitals. What his colleagues didn't know was that Swango had been systematically poisoning patients, colleagues, and anyone else who crossed his path for over a decade, Swango's killing spree began during his residency at Ohio State University Hospital, where he developed a fascination with the effects of various drugs on the human body. He started by administering unauthorized medications to patients, ostensibly to study their reactions, but gradually escalated to using lethal doses of substances that would cause organ failure or cardiac arrest. His method was brilliant in its simplicity. As a doctor, Swango had legitimate access to powerful medications and the knowledge to use them in ways that would mimic natural death. He could inject patients with insulin to induce fatal hypoglycemia, administer potassium to cause heart attacks, or use paralytic agents that would stop breathing while leaving victims fully conscious. What made Swango particularly terrifying was his ability to maintain perfect professional relationships while committing these crimes. Colleagues praised his dedication and knowledge, never suspecting that the man they worked beside was methodically murdering the patients they were trying to save. Swango kept detailed journals documenting each poisoning, describing his victims' final moments with clinical detachment. Between 1981 and 1997, Swango killed at least 60 people across multiple states and countries. He would move between hospitals whenever suspicions arose, using forged credentials and fake references to secure new positions. His ability to reinvent himself professionally allowed him to continue killing for over 15 years before finally being caught. The investigation that brought Swango down began when a nurse at a Veterans Affairs hospital noticed unusual patterns in patient deaths during his shifts. Toxicology tests revealed the presence of unauthorized drugs in several victims, and Swango's access records showed him in restricted areas during suspicious times. He was eventually convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to life in prison without parole. But sometimes, the most dangerous killers are those who don't need professional credentials or positions of authority to access their victims. Sometimes, they simply create their own opportunities through elaborate deceptions that exploit our most basic human needs. The man who called himself Doctor Richard Brennan wasn't actually a doctor at all, but nobody in the small town of Millerville, Montana, suspected the truth. He had arrived in 1985 claiming to be a retired physician, looking for a quiet place to spend his golden years, complete with convincing credentials and a lifetime of medical stories that seemed authentic to anyone who heard them. What Richard Brennan actually was a former medical supply salesman named Frank Morrison who had spent years studying medical procedures and terminology while working with hospitals across the Midwest. When a series of fraud charges forced him to flee Ohio in 1984, Frank reinvented himself completely, using stolen credentials and carefully crafted lies to become the respected doctor that Richard Brennan appeared to be. The transformation was remarkably effective. Frank had practiced medical conversations for years, memorizing symptoms, treatments, and pharmaceutical names until he could discuss complex conditions with the fluency of someone who had actually attended medical school. His knowledge was broad enough to fool casual inspection, and his bedside manner was so convincing that patients often said he was the most caring doctor they had ever encountered. These monsters succeeded because they understood a fundamental truth about human nature. We want to believe in the goodness of those who serve us, care for us, and protect us. They weaponized our trust turning the very institutions we depend on into hunting grounds where evil could flourish undetected. The most terrifying realization isn't that these killers existed, but that others like them are operating right now, hidden behind badges and medical degrees, walking among us as pillars of their communities while plotting their next kill. The year was 1962 when Margaret Fulton stepped off the Greyhound bus in Millbrook, Pennsylvania, clutching a worn leather suitcase and a letter promising her a new life. She was 19, fresh from a failed engagement, looking for work at the textile mill that had been advertising in newspapers across 3 states. The October air was crisp, leaves falling like confetti around the small bus depot. Margaret smiled at the elderly man who helped her with her bag, thanked the driver, and walked toward what she thought would be her future. She was never seen alive again. 3 days later, a jogger found her body in Willow Creek, hands bound with telephone wire, throat slashed so deep it nearly severed her head. But what made investigators pause wasn't just the brutality, it was the precision. The cuts were clean, methodical, almost surgical. There was no blood at the scene, meaning she'd been killed elsewhere and dumped. No signs of sexual assault, no robbery, just cold, calculated violence that left more questions than answers. The man responsible was sitting in his kitchen that morning, drinking coffee and reading about the discovery in the local paper. He didn't smile, didn't feel satisfaction or regret. He simply turned the page and continued eating his breakfast. His name was Vernon Mills, and Margaret Fulton was just the beginning. Vernon had been born in 1934 in the same town where he would later hunt. Millbrook was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, where doors stayed unlocked and children played outside until the streetlights came on. Vernon grew up in a modest house on Elm Street with his mother, a seamstress, and his father, who worked at the lumber yard. To neighbors, he seemed like any other boy. Quiet, maybe, but polite. He helped elderly Mrs. Patterson with her groceries, mowed lawns for pocket change, and never caused trouble at school. But behind that unremarkable exterior, something was already wrong. By age 12, Vernon had developed what he called his experiments. It started with insects, carefully pulling wings off flies, watching them struggle on his bedroom windowsill. Then came small animals, cats that went missing from the neighborhood, dogs that wandered too close to the woods behind his house. Vernon didn't kill out of anger or cruelty in the traditional sense. He killed to understand. He wanted to see the exact moment life left their eyes, to study the transition from being to nothingness. His parents never suspected. Vernon was careful, methodical even as a child. He disposed of evidence, cleaned thoroughly, and maintained his facade of normalcy. When Mrs. Patterson's cat disappeared, Vernon was the first to offer help searching. When the Hendersons' dog never came home, Vernon suggested they put up flyers around town. He played the part of the concerned neighbor while secretly knowing exactly where those animals were buried. By his early 20s, Vernon had refined his methods. He worked nights at the textile mill, the same place that had advertised for workers like Margaret. During the day, he slept or studied, not books, but people. He watched the bus depot, noting when travelers arrived alone, observing their routines, their vulnerabilities. He learned that transients were perfect targets, people passing through without strong local connections whose disappearances might not be immediately noticed or thoroughly investigated. Vernon's approach was always the same. He would offer help, a ride, sometimes a place to stay for the night. His manner was so genuinely helpful, his smile so disarming, that few people ever felt threatened. He looked like someone's nephew, someone who might help you change a flat tire or give you directions. That ordinariness was his greatest weapon. After Margaret, Vernon waited, not out of fear, but out of calculation. He understood that patterns drew attention, so he broke them. 8 months passed before he struck again. This time it was Thomas Garrett, a drifter looking for seasonal work at the apple orchards outside town. Thomas had been sleeping rough, camping in the woods, surviving on handouts and odd jobs. When Vernon approached him at the diner on Route 9, offering a warm bed and a hot meal, Thomas didn't hesitate. Vernon took Thomas to a cabin he'd built deep in the state forest, miles from any road or trail. The structure was simple but functional, with one critical modification: a soundproofed basement accessed through a hidden door beneath the kitchen floorboards. That basement was where Vernon conducted his real work. Thomas survived 3 days in that basement. Vernon wasn't interested in torture for its own sake, but in observation. He wanted to study fear, to catalog the stages of desperation, to document how hope died in measured increments. He kept detailed notes in a leather journal, recording heart rates, breathing patterns, the exact words his victims spoke when they finally understood their situation. When Thomas finally died, Vernon felt no satisfaction, only the clinical interest of a researcher completing an experiment. The body was disposed of with the same methodical care. Vernon had spent years studying the forest, mapping every ravine and creek bed. He knew where the ground stayed soft year-round, where flash floods would carry away evidence, where scavengers would find remains first. Thomas Garrett simply vanished, another transient who'd moved on to the next town, the next opportunity. So over the following decade, Vernon's kill count grew slowly but steadily. He never took more than 3 or 4 victims per year and never developed a signature that would link the crimes. Some were strangled, others stabbed or bludgeoned. Some bodies were found, others never recovered. The victims varied in age, gender, and background. The only common thread was their isolation, their lack of strong ties to the community. Vernon became a pillar of Millbrook society during these years. He was promoted to floor supervisor at the mill, joined the volunteer fire department, and even served on the town council for 2 terms. People respected him, trusted him. When the state police occasionally came through asking questions about missing persons, Vernon was helpful and cooperative. He provided alibis for co-workers, suggested places to search, even organized volunteer search parties. His genuine concern for the community's safety was never questioned. The cabin in the woods became Vernon's laboratory. Over the years, he expanded it, adding new rooms, new tools, new methods of containment. He installed generators for power, dug a well for water, and created multiple escape routes in case of discovery. The basement grew into a complex of interconnected chambers, each serving a different purpose in his twisted research. Vernon documented everything. His journals filled shelf after shelf, thousands of pages of meticulous observations about human behavior under extreme stress. He recorded not just physical responses, but psychological ones. How quickly did hope turn to despair? What bargains did people try to make? How did their personalities change when stripped of all dignity and control? To Vernon, each victim was a data point in his ongoing study of the human condition. In 1973, Vernon made his first mistake. Sarah Chen was a graduate student from the State University working on her thesis about rural economic development. She'd come to Millbrook to interview local business owners and had met Vernon at the mill. Unlike his usual targets, Sarah had told people exactly where she was going and who she planned to meet. When she disappeared after their scheduled interview, the investigation was immediate and thorough. State police descended on Millbrook in numbers the town had never seen. They questioned everyone, searched everywhere, and for the first time in his criminal career, Vernon felt genuine concern. Not guilt, Orse, but the ORM cold calculation that his operation might be compromised. He considered running, abandoning his life's work, but decided instead to brazen it out. After all, he'd been hiding in plain sight for over a decade. Why should this be different? The investigation stretched on for weeks. Vernon participated fully, even leading search parties into the very woods where his cabin was hidden. His knowledge of the terrain made him invaluable to the effort, and no one questioned why he seemed to know every trail and creek bed. The irony wasn't lost on him that he was helping to search for a woman whose remains lay in his basement freezer. Eventually, the investigation stalled. Without a body or physical evidence, the case went cold. Sarah Chen was classified as a missing person, and life in Millbrook slowly returned to normal. But Vernon had learned a valuable lesson about victim selection. From then on, he was even more careful, choosing only those whose disappearances would generate minimal official interest. The 1970s became Vernon's most productive decade. He refined his techniques, expanded his facilities, and grew bolder in his experiments. The cabin evolved into something resembling a medical research facility, complete with examination tables, recording equipment, and climate controlled storage. Vernon began preserving organs and tissue samples, studying decomposition rates under different conditions, even attempting crude surgical procedures on still living subjects. His journals from this period reveal a mind completely divorced from normal human empathy. He wrote about his victims the way a scientist might describe lab rats, noting their responses to various stimuli with detached clinical interest. Pain, fear, and desperation were simply variables to be measured and recorded. Death was merely the endpoint of each experiment, the final data point in his twisted research. Vernon's community standing continued to rise during these years. He was elected to the school board, organized charity drives, and even started dating a local school teacher named Linda Morrison. Linda found Vernon charming, if somewhat reserved, a dedicated bachelor who seemed genuinely interested in settling down. She had no idea that the man who brought her flowers and took her to dinner was systematically hunting human beings in his spare time. The relationship with Linda posed new challenges for Vernon's activities. He couldn't disappear for days at a time without explanation, couldn't make unexplained trips to his cabin. But Vernon adapted, as he always did. He began telling Linda he was taking hunting trips or visiting relatives in other states. She never questioned these absences, trusting Vernon implicitly. In fact, these supposed hunting trips became cover for Vernon's most ambitious project yet. He began expanding his victim pool beyond Millbrook, traveling to other small towns throughout Pennsylvania and neighboring states. He developed a network of safe houses and disposal sites, creating a killing ground that spanned hundreds of square miles. Each location was carefully chosen and prepared, stocked with the tools and equipment Vernon needed for his work. The interstate highway system that was expanding throughout the 1970s became Vernon's hunting ground. He would drive for hours, stopping at truck stops and diners, looking for the perfect victim. Someone traveling alone, someone without firm plans or people expecting them. The highways gave him access to a much larger population of potential victims while also providing easy disposal routes far from Millbrook. Vernon's methods during this period became increasingly sophisticated. He studied police procedures, learned about forensic techniques, and adapted his practices accordingly. He began using different vehicles for different hunts, stealing cars from long term parking lots as at airports or train stations. He changed his appearance with wigs and makeup, created false identities complete with forged documents. By 1978, Vernon had killed 43 people across 7 states, yet remained completely undetected by law enforcement. His success came from understanding something that most killers never grasped: the power of bureaucracy. Missing persons cases in different jurisdictions rarely communicated with each other. A disappearance in rural Pennsylvania had no connection to one in upstate New York or western Maryland. Vernon exploited these gaps systematically, creating a web of death that no single investigation could uncover. His journals from this period reveal an evolution in his thinking. What had started as crude experiments in human behavior had become something far more complex. Vernon began to see himself as conducting vital research into the nature of consciousness itself. He theorized that the moment of death represented a transition that could be studied, measured, perhaps even controlled. His victims became unwilling participants in his attempt to map the boundary between life and death. The cabin had grown into a sprawling underground complex by this time. Vernon had excavated additional chambers, installed sophisticated ventilation systems, and created what he called his laboratory. Multiple victims could be held simultaneously in separate soundproof rooms, allowing Vernon to conduct comparative studies. He monitored their vital signs, recorded their psychological deterioration, and documented every stage of their decline with scientific precision. One victim from this period, a traveling salesman named Robert Hayes, survived in Vernon's custody for nearly 3 weeks. Hayes became Vernon's most detailed case study, subjected to a carefully calibrated program of psychological and physical stress designed to test the limits of human endurance. Vernon's notes on Hayes fill an entire volume, describing in clinical detail how hope gave way to despair, how the mind fractured under sustained terror, how the body shut down in measured stages. Vernon's relationship with Linda Morrison deepened during these years, providing him with the perfect cover for his activities. To the outside world, he was a devoted boyfriend, reliable and trustworthy. Linda often remarked to friends how lucky she felt to have found such a stable, caring man. She never noticed the subtle changes in Vernon's behavior after his hunting trips, the way his eyes seemed more distant, his touch more clinical. In 1979, Vernon proposed to Linda. The decision was purely practical rather than emotional. Marriage would further cement his position in the community while providing additional alibis for his absences. Linda accepted immediately, thrilled to finally settle down with the man she'd come to love. They set a date for the following spring, giving Vernon time to prepare for this new phase of his double life. The engagement period became one of Vernon's most productive killing sprees. Perhaps sensing that marriage would restrict his activities, he accelerated his timeline. Over 6 months, he abducted and murdered 11 people, pushing his methods to new extremes. These victims endured longer captivity, more elaborate experiments, more detailed documentation of their suffering. Among these victims was Maria Santos, a young nurse traveling to a new job in Pittsburgh. Maria possessed medical knowledge that fascinated Vernon, and he kept her alive for weeks, forcing her to explain various physiological processes as he inflicted them upon other captives. Her nursing background made her an unwilling collaborator in Vernon's research, providing clinical context for the horrors she was forced to witness. Vernon's wedding to Linda in May 1980 was the social event of the season in Millbrook. The entire town turned out to celebrate their popular couple. Vernon played the role of happy groom perfectly, smiling for photographs, dancing with his bride, accepting congratulations from friends and neighbors. None of them knew that less than 48 hours earlier, he had been methodically dismembering Maria Santos in his underground laboratory. Marriage did complicate Vernon's activities, but he adapted as always. He told Linda he was taking a part time consulting job that required occasional travel. She trusted him completely, never questioning his absences or the modest additional income that appeared in their joint account. Vernon used this cover to expand his operations even further, establishing kill sites in remote locations across the mid Atlantic region. The early 1980s marked a shift in Vernon's methodology. He began targeting victims with specific skills or knowledge that interested him. A chemistry professor who disappeared from a conference provided insights into toxicology. A psychologist traveling to a consultation helped Vernon understand the mental breakdown he observed in his captives. Each victim became both subject and unwitting consultant in Vernon's expanding research. Vernon's documentation during this period became increasingly sophisticated. He installed video recording equipment in his facilities, creating a visual archive of his experiments. Hours of footage captured every detail of his victims' experiences, from initial capture through final moments. Vernon studied these recordings obsessively, analyzing behavioral patterns, refining his techniques, searching for new insights into human nature's darkest corners. The complexity of Vernon's operations required careful financial management. The costs of maintaining multiple facilities, purchasing equipment, and funding his travels were substantial. Vernon solved this problem through systematic theft from his victims. Credit cards were used until their limits were reached. Bank accounts were emptied through forged documents. Valuable possessions were sold through carefully established fences. This financial aspect of Vernon's crimes created additional risks, but also provided new opportunities. He began specifically targeting wealthy victims, individuals whose resources could fund expanded operations. A real estate developer from Baltimore provided enough capital for Vernon to purchase and outfit 3 new facilities, and investment bankers' accounts funded sophisticated medical equipment that allowed for more detailed physiological monitoring. Vernon's home life with Linda remained outwardly perfect throughout this period. They entertained regularly, attended church together, and became prominent members of Millbrook's social scene. Linda began discussing children, dreaming of the family they would build together. Vernon encouraged these conversations while privately ensuring they would never come to fruition. Children would only complicate his carefully constructed existence. By 1983, Vernon had killed over 70 people, yet felt he was only beginning to understand the phenomena he was studying. His journals from this period describe elaborate theories about consciousness, pain, and the transition between life and death. He began to see his work as revolutionary, comparing himself to pioneering medical researchers who advanced human knowledge through necessary sacrifice. The scope of Vernon's operations had grown beyond anything law enforcement could imagine. He maintained active kill sites in 6 states, operated under dozens of false identities, and had developed a network of suppliers who provided everything from medical equipment to body disposal services. Each component of this empire was carefully compartmentalized, ensuring that no single discovery could unravel the entire operation. Vernon's confidence in his invulnerability was absolute by this time. He had been killing for over 2 decades without arousing serious suspicion. His position in Millbrook society was unassailable. His marriage was stable, and his financial resources seemed unlimited. He began planning even more ambitious experiments, envisioning research projects that would span years rather than weeks. This confidence would prove to be Vernon's greatest weakness. Success had made him careless in subtle ways, and small mistakes began to accumulate. A credit card used one too many times, a witness who remembered seeing him in an unexpected location, a pattern that finally became visible to the right investigator. The empire Vernon had built so carefully was about to face its first serious threat. Detective Sarah Coleman of the Pennsylvania State Police had been investigating missing persons cases throughout the region for nearly a decade. Unlike her colleagues, she refused to accept that transients and travelers simply disappeared without explanation. Coleman maintained detailed files on hundreds of cases, looking for connections that others missed. In late 1983, she finally found the thread that would unravel Vernon Mills's carefully constructed world. The connection Coleman discovered was seemingly insignificant at first glance. 3 different missing persons, separated by hundreds of miles and spanning 5 years, had all been carrying the same brand of luggage when they disappeared. More specifically, they'd all purchased their suitcases from a small manufacturer in Ohio that had gone out of business in 1978. The odds of this being coincidence were astronomical. Coleman began digging deeper into the manufacturer's records, tracking down every retailer who had sold these distinctive cases. What she found was a purchasing pattern that made her blood run cold. Someone had been systematically buying these suitcases from different stores across multiple states, always paying cash, always using different names. The purchases corresponded almost exactly with the timeline of disappearances in her files. But Vernon Mills had made one crucial error in his decades of careful planning. In 1981, he had purchased one of these suitcases using his real name at a store in Harrisburg, intending to plant it with a victim to muddy the forensic trail. However, that particular victim had escaped during transport, fleeing into the woods before Vernon could complete his plan. He had kept the unused suitcase in his basement storage room, a single piece of evidence linking him to the purchasing pattern Coleman had uncovered. When Coleman ran the name Vernon Mills through her database, she found something that made her hands shake. Here was a man who lived at the geographic center of her missing persons cluster, who had been present in multiple locations where disappearances had occurred, and who possessed the exact type of evidence she'd been tracking. For the first time in her career, Coleman felt she was looking at a genuine monster. The investigation that followed was unlike anything Pennsylvania law enforcement had ever undertaken. Coleman assembled a task force of investigators from 6 states, sharing information that had been siloed in different jurisdictions for decades. When they mapped out all the disappearances connected to the suitcase pattern, the scope of Vernon's activities became terrifyingly clear. They weren't looking at a few isolated murders, but at what appeared to be one of the most prolific killing sprees in American history. Vernon sensed the investigation closing in long before official attention turned to him. He had contacts throughout local law enforcement, people who owed him favors or simply trusted him enough to share information. When state police began asking questions about missing persons in the Millbrook area, Vernon knew his time was running out. But instead of panicking, he began implementing contingency plans he had developed years earlier. The first step was eliminating evidence. Vernon spent 3 sleepless nights methodically destroying decades of documentation. Journals were burned, video recordings were dissolved in acid, and physical evidence was scattered across multiple disposal sites throughout the region. The underground complex beneath his cabin was stripped bare, then flooded and sealed. By the time investigators would eventually locate it, nothing remained but empty concrete chambers. Vernon's second priority was creating plausible alibis for his activities over the past 20 years. He had kept detailed records, not just of his crimes, but of his legitimate activities, understanding that any investigation would require him to account for his time. Doctor's appointments, work schedules, social events, and travel records were all meticulously organized to provide cover for his hunting expeditions. The most challenging aspect of Vernon's cleanup involved Linda. She had unknowingly provided alibis for some of his most brutal crimes, and her testimony would be crucial to maintaining his facade of normalcy. Vernon began subtly coaching her memory, reminding her of trips they had taken together, emphasizing his presence at important community events, reinforcing the image of himself as a devoted husband and pillar of the community. Linda never suspected that her husband was preparing for the fight of his life. She noticed he seemed stressed, perhaps worried about work, but Vernon explained it away as concerns about the mill's financial situation. When he began making unusual financial arrangements, transferring assets, and establishing legal defenses, Linda assumed he was simply being prudent about their future security. The investigation reached Millbrook in March 1984 when Detective Coleman and her task force arrived to interview potential witnesses. Vernon volunteered to help coordinate community cooperation, positioning himself as a liaison between the investigators and local residents. It was a masterful performance, allowing him to monitor the investigation's progress while appearing completely cooperative. Coleman wasn't fooled by Vernon's helpful demeanor. Her instincts, honed by years of hunting predators, told her she was looking at her primary suspect, but proving it would require more than intuition. She needed evidence, witnesses, and most critically, she needed to locate the kill sites where Vernon had conducted his decades long reign of terror. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Maria Santos, the nurse Vernon had kept captive in 1979, had managed to survive her ordeal through a combination of medical knowledge and sheer determination. After escaping during a transport between facilities, she had spent years in psychiatric treatment, her testimony dismissed as trauma induced delusion. But when Coleman's task force began investigating Vernon, Maria's detailed descriptions of her captivity suddenly gained credibility. Maria's account of Vernon's underground laboratory provided investigators with specific details they could use to locate his facilities. She described the layout of chambers, the type of equipment used, even the sound of water running through pipes in the walls. Most importantly, she remembered the route taken during her escape, landmarks that helped narrow the search area to a few square miles of state forest. The search for Vernon's primary facility became a massive undertaking involving cadaver dogs, ground penetrating radar, and thermal imaging equipment. For weeks, teams combed through dense woodland looking for any trace of the complex Maria had described. Vernon watched the search from his position as community liaison, providing helpful suggestions while internally calculating whether his cleanup efforts had been thorough enough. When investigators finally located the sealed entrance to Vernon's underground complex, the discovery sent shockwaves through the law enforcement community. Even after Vernon's cleanup efforts, enough evidence remained to confirm the scope of his activities. Chemical residues indicated the presence of human remains. Modified ventilation systems suggested long-term captivity of victims, and structural modifications revealed a level of planning that defied comprehension. Vernon's arrest came on a quiet Tuesday morning in April 1984. Detective Coleman personally placed the handcuffs on the man who had terrorized the region for over 2 decades. Vernon offered no resistance, maintaining his facade of confused innocence even as overwhelming evidence mounted against him. His only words during the arrest were a polite request to call his attorney and a concern about how the stress might affect Linda's health. The trial of Vernon Mills became a media sensation, drawing reporters from across the nation to the small courthouse in Millbrook. The prosecution presented evidence linking Vernon to 47 confirmed murders across 7 states, though investigators believed the true number was significantly higher. Witness after witness testified to Vernon's presence in locations where victims had disappeared, his access to facilities where crimes had been committed, and his possession of evidence connecting him to multiple disappearances. Vernon's defense strategy centered on his sterling reputation in the community and the circumstantial nature of much of the evidence. Character witnesses painted him as a devoted husband, reliable employee, and respected community member. His attorneys argued that the investigation had focused on Vernon simply because he was a convenient scapegoat for unsolved crimes spanning multiple jurisdictions. But the prosecution's case was overwhelming. Maria Santos's testimony provided chilling details of Vernon's methods and mindset. Financial records showed a pattern of theft from victims that funded his expanding operations. Most damning of all were the few pieces of physical evidence that had survived Vernon's cleanup efforts, including the suitcase that had first drawn Coleman's attention. Linda Mills was perhaps the most tragic figure in the entire proceeding. The woman who had shared a bed with one of history's most prolific killers struggled to reconcile the man she loved with the monster described in court. Her testimony was heartbreaking, describing a husband who had seemed caring and normal in every way. She broke down completely when shown photographs of Vernon's victims, many of whom had disappeared during periods when she believed he was away on business trips. Vernon himself never testified, maintaining his innocence through his attorneys while showing no emotion during the most disturbing testimony. Observers noted his clinical detachment, the way he took notes during witness statements as if he were studying the proceedings rather than fighting for his life. Even faced with overwhelming evidence of his crimes, Vernon seemed more interested in the investigative process than in mounting a defense. The jury deliberated for less than 6 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all 47 counts of first-degree murder. Vernon received multiple death sentences, ensuring he would never again walk free, even if some convictions were overturned on appeal. The judge's sentencing remarks described Vernon as a predator whose crimes had shocked the conscience of civilized society and represented evil in its purest form. Vernon Mills was transferred to death row at the State Correctional Institution in Pennsylvania, where he would spend the remainder of his life in solitary confinement. Prison officials noted his model behavior and apparent adjustment to institutional life. He read voraciously, maintained detailed correspondence with researchers studying criminal psychology, and even attempted to write his memoirs before prison authorities confiscated the manuscript. Interviews with Vernon during his incarceration revealed a man still convinced of the righteousness of his actions. He spoke of his victims as willing participants in important research, dismissed their suffering as necessary sacrifice for greater understanding, and showed no genuine remorse for the lives he had destroyed. Mental health professionals who examined him concluded that Vernon represented a unique form of psychopathy, combining methodical intelligence with complete absence of empathy. The investigation into Vernon's crimes continued long after his conviction, as law enforcement agencies across multiple states reopened cold cases that might be connected to his activities. Dozens of additional victims were identified through evidence found in his sealed facilities and through witness testimony that emerged during the trial. The final count of Vernon's victims may never be known, but investigators believe he was responsible for at least 90 deaths over his 22-year killing spree. Linda Mills struggled to rebuild her life after her husband's conviction, eventually moving to another state and changing her name to escape the notoriety of being married to one of America's most prolific serial killers. She never remarried and rarely spoke publicly about her experiences, though she did cooperate with researchers studying how killers maintain normal relationships while committing horrific crimes. Vernon Mills died of natural causes on death row in 1998, taking whatever additional secrets he possessed to his grave. His death was barely noted in the media, occurring during a period when public attention had moved on to other monsters. Prison officials reported that he had been working on what he called his final observations about human nature, though these notes were destroyed according to standard procedure. The small town of Millbrook never fully recovered from the revelation that one of its most respected citizens had been a serial killer for decades. Property values plummeted, businesses closed, and many families moved away rather than live with the knowledge of what had happened in their community. The textile mill where Vernon had worked was eventually demolished, and the site remains vacant to this day. Detective Sarah Coleman received numerous commendations for her work in bringing Vernon Mills to justice, but she later admitted that the case had fundamentally changed her view of human nature. She retired early from law enforcement, unable to continue investigating crimes after staring so deeply into the abyss of human evil. Her methodical approach to connecting seemingly unrelated disappearances became a model for future task forces hunting serial killers. The case of Vernon Mills remains a landmark in criminal justice, demonstrating both the potential for evil to hide in plain sight and the importance of persistent investigation across jurisdictional boundaries. Law enforcement agencies continue to study his methods, hoping to identify similar predators before they can accumulate comparable victim counts. The underground complex where he conducted his experiments was eventually filled with concrete and sealed permanently, but the memory of what occurred there continues to haunt all who knew of its existence. In the decades since Vernon's conviction, several books and documentaries have attempted to explain how such extensive criminal activity could go undetected for so long. Criminologists point to his careful victim selection, his maintenance of a normal public persona, and the fragmented nature of law enforcement communications in the pre digital era. His case led to significant improvements in information sharing between agencies and in the tracking of missing persons across state lines. The story of Vernon Mills serves as a chilling reminder that the most dangerous predators are often those who appear most normal, most helpful, most integrated into their communities. His ability to maintain a facade of respectability while systematically hunting human beings challenges comfortable assumptions about how evil manifests in the world. For the families of his victims, the knowledge that their loved ones suffered at the hands of such a methodical monster remains a source of ongoing pain decades after his death. The farmhouse sat 3 miles outside Clearwater, Iowa, surrounded by cornfields that stretched to the horizon. In the summer of 1967, it was supposed to be a sanctuary for troubled youth, a place where kids with nowhere else to go could find stability and purpose. The sign by the gravel driveway read, Harmony Haven, painted in cheerful yellow letters that caught the morning sun. What happened inside those walls over the next 18 months would become one of the most disturbing crime scenes investigators had ever encountered. The man who ran Harmony Haven was named Theodore Blackwood, though most people called him Brother Ted. He was 42 years old, soft-spoken, with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. Parents who sent their children there spoke of his gentle manner, his way of connecting with even the most rebellious teenagers. Local authorities praised his work with at-risk youth. The Methodist church in town held fundraisers to support his mission. Nobody questioned Brother Ted's methods, even when some of the kids who arrived at Harmony Haven were never seen or heard from again. Ted had grown up in rural Minnesota, the youngest of four children in a deeply religious household. His father was a traveling preacher who spent months away from home, leaving Ted's mother to manage the family alone. She was a stern woman who believed in discipline through pain, who saw wickedness in childhood laughter and sin in teenage curiosity. Ted learned early that showing emotion was dangerous, that survival meant becoming invisible, that the safest place to hide was behind a mask of piety. By age 16, Ted had perfected his persona. He was the model son, the devoted believer, the young man who never caused trouble. Teachers loved him, church elders praised him, neighbors pointed to him as an example for their own children. But in the darkness of his room, Ted was already experimenting with control. It started with small things, manipulating family pets, testing how far he could push before his siblings would break. He discovered he had a gift for reading people, for finding their weaknesses and exploiting them. After high school, Ted enrolled in a seminary, drawn not by genuine faith, but by the authority that came with religious leadership. He understood that people trusted men of God, that a collar was better than any disguise. During his studies, he volunteered at youth shelters and reform schools, learning the system from the inside. He watched how troubled kids were processed, how easily they could disappear into the bureaucracy, how few people really cared what happened to society's unwanted children. Ted never finished seminary. Instead, he used donations from well meaning congregations to purchase the farmhouse outside Clearwater, presenting himself as a missionary called to help wayward youth. The local community embraced his vision, seeing Harmony Haven as an answer to the growing problem of juvenile delinquency. County social workers began referring difficult cases to Brother Ted, grateful to have somewhere to send kids who didn't fit anywhere else. The first residents of Harmony Haven were typical of the system's discards: runaway girls fleeing abusive homes, teenage boys with criminal records, kids aging out of foster care with nowhere to go. They arrived at the farmhouse broken and desperate, grateful for any offer of shelter and stability. Ted welcomed them with open arms and gentle words, promising them a chance at redemption, a family where they truly belonged. What these children found instead was a nightmare dressed up as salvation. Ted's methods were subtle at first, psychological rather than physical. He isolated them from the outside world, convincing them that society had rejected them, that Harmony Haven was their only refuge. He created a hierarchy among the residents, rewarding loyalty with privileges while punishing defiance with isolation and humiliation. The basement of the farmhouse became Ted's laboratory. He called it the reflection room, a place where troubled youth could contemplate their sins and find their way back to righteousness. In reality, it was a soundproofed chamber where Ted conducted his experiments in human behavior. Children who questioned his authority or tried to leave found themselves locked in darkness, deprived of food and water, subjected to psychological torture that broke their will to resist. Ted documented everything in journals he kept hidden behind a false wall in his study. Page after page of meticulous observations about how different children responded to various forms of manipulation and abuse. He noted which techniques were most effective for different personality types, how long it took to completely break a child's spirit, what methods produced the most complete submission to his will. The deaths started gradually, almost accidentally. A girl named Susan Martinez, 16 years old, died during one of Ted's sessions in the reflection room. She had been locked in darkness for 3 days without food, and her heart simply gave out from stress and dehydration. Ted felt no remorse, only curiosity about what had pushed her system beyond its limits. He buried her body in the woods behind the farmhouse and told anyone who asked that Susan had run away during the night. That first death changed something fundamental in Ted's approach. He began to see the children not as human beings, but as subjects in his ongoing research into the nature of suffering and control. The next death was more deliberate. A boy named Marcus Webb, 17, had tried to organize the other residents into resisting Ted's rules. He was found hanging in the barn, an apparent suicide according to the note Ted had carefully forged in the boy's handwriting. Over the following months, the death toll mounted. Children died from neglect, from deliberate poisoning, from accidents that weren't accidents at all. Ted became increasingly sophisticated in his disposal methods, burying bodies in different locations, sometimes burning remains in the farmhouse furnace, occasionally feeding corpses to the pigs he kept in a pen behind the barn. The outside world never noticed because these were society's forgotten children, kids whose disappearances generated no headlines, no search parties, no demands for answers. Ted's reputation in the community continued to grow during this period. Local newspapers ran features about his innovative work with troubled youth, praising his success in transforming young lives. County officials sent him more referrals, trusting Brother Ted to handle their most difficult cases. Church groups organized bake sales and car washes to support Harmony Haven's mission. The children who survived Ted's program emerged as hollow shells, their personalities completely reconstructed to serve his needs. They spoke in the same measured tones he used, parroted his philosophy about redemption through suffering, and never questioned his authority. To outsiders, they appeared to be success stories, living proof that Brother Ted's methods worked. In reality, they were broken creatures programmed to perform normalcy while dying inside. Ted's control over his subjects was so complete that some of them began helping him with new arrivals. These broken children, desperate to maintain their precarious position in Ted's hierarchy, assisted in breaking down newcomers who still showed signs of independence. They became extensions of Ted's will, multiplying his ability to monitor and control every aspect of life at Harmony Haven. The farmhouse itself evolved to accommodate Ted's expanding operations. Hidden cameras were installed in every room, allowing him to observe the residents constantly. The basement was divided into smaller cells, each designed for specific types of psychological manipulation. A crematorium was built in what appeared to be a root cellar, providing a clean method for disposing of evidence when burial wasn't practical. Ted's journals from this period reveal a mind completely disconnected from normal human empathy. He wrote about the children's deaths with the same clinical detachment he might use to describe a failed crop. Pain, terror, and desperation were simply variables in his ongoing experiments. The moment when hope finally died in a child's eyes was to him a fascinating psychological phenomenon worthy of detailed study. By early 1969, Ted had killed 14 children at Harmony Haven, with several more deaths that were never directly confirmed. His success in maintaining his cover was complete. No investigations were launched, no questions were asked, no authorities came looking for missing children. The bureaucratic maze that was supposed to protect society's most vulnerable had instead provided Ted with a steady supply of victims. The end came not through investigation, but through accident. In March 1969, a social worker named Janet Mills made an unscheduled visit to Harmony Haven, hoping to check on a girl she had placed there 6 months earlier. Ted was away in town, and the remaining children, left unsupervised for the first time in months, began talking to Mills about what really happened at the farmhouse. What Mills heard that day shattered her understanding of the world. Children spoke of friends who had vanished in the night, of screams from the basement, of Brother Ted's special sessions that some kids never returned from. One boy, barely 15, showed Mills scars on his arms from Ted's experiments with pain tolerance. A girl described watching Ted bury something that looked suspiciously like a human body in the woods. Mills left Harmony Haven that day in a state of shock, but she was also a professional who understood her obligations. She drove straight to the county sheriff's office and demanded an immediate investigation. Sheriff Raymond Cooper initially dismissed her concerns, pointing to Ted's sterling reputation and the obvious trauma that might cause disturbed children to fabricate wild stories. But Mills was persistent, and she had allies in the social services system who trusted her judgment. She convinced a state investigator to visit Harmony Haven, this time with a search warrant and a team of forensic specialists. What they found in that Iowa farmhouse would haunt them for the rest of their lives. The basement revealed the true scope of Ted's activities: cells that reeked of human waste and despair, recording equipment that had captured hours of children's screams, medical instruments that had been used for purposes no civilized person could imagine. The hidden journals provided a roadmap to Ted's crimes, documenting years of systematic torture and murder with scientific precision. The search for bodies began immediately, focusing on locations mentioned in Ted's meticulous records. Over the following weeks, investigators recovered the remains of 11 children from various burial sites around the property. Forensic analysis revealed evidence of prolonged torture, malnutrition, and deliberate poisoning. Several victims showed signs of crude surgical procedures performed while they were still alive. Ted was arrested while returning from a supply run to town, his truck loaded with rope, duct tape, and chemicals that had no legitimate use at a youth facility. He offered no resistance, seeming almost relieved that his double life had finally been exposed. When questioned, he spoke about his work with the same calm professionalism he had always displayed, describing his experiments as necessary research into human behavior under extreme conditions. The trial became a media sensation, drawing reporters from across the nation to rural Iowa. Surviving residents of Harmony Haven testified about the horrors they had witnessed, their testimony so disturbing that several jurors required counseling. Ted showed no emotion during these accounts, occasionally taking notes as if he were studying his own case from an academic perspective. Ted's defense team attempted to argue insanity, presenting evidence of his troubled childhood and suggesting that religious delusions had driven him to commit his crimes. But the prosecution's case was overwhelming. The careful documentation in Ted's journals, the premeditated nature of his facility modifications, and the calculated way he had maintained his public persona all pointed to a man who knew exactly what he was doing. The jury deliberated for 3 days before returning guilty verdicts on 14 counts of first degree murder. Ted received multiple death sentences, though Iowa's complicated legal system meant he would spend decades on death row before any execution could be carried out. He was transferred to the state penitentiary, where he would spend the rest of his life in isolation. Prison interviews with Ted revealed no remorse for his actions, no acknowledgement that his victims had been human beings deserving of life and dignity. He continued to speak of his work at Harmony Haven as valuable research, expressing frustration that he hadn't been allowed to complete his studies. Mental health professionals who examined him concluded that Ted represented a unique form of psychopathy, combining methodical intelligence with complete absence of conscience. The Harmony Haven case led to sweeping reforms in Iowa's child welfare system, with new oversight procedures designed to prevent similar tragedies. The farmhouse itself was demolished, and the site was eventually converted into a memorial garden for Ted's victims. But for the families of the children who had died there, and for the survivors who carried psychological scars that would never heal, no amount of reform could undo the damage that Brother Ted had inflicted. Ted died in prison in 1987, succumbing to cancer while still maintaining his innocence of any wrongdoing. His death drew little media attention, occurring during a period when public interest had moved on to other monsters. Prison officials reported that he had spent his final years writing what he called his memoirs, though these documents were destroyed according to standard procedure after his death. The story of Theodore Blackwood serves as a chilling reminder of how predators can hide behind facades of respectability and righteousness. His ability to maintain the trust of an entire community while systematically murdering children challenges comfortable assumptions about how evil manifests in the world. The children who died at Harmony Haven were society's most vulnerable, kids whose disappearances generated no headlines because they had already been forgotten by a system that should have protected them. In the mountains of Northern California, where the fog rolls in thick and the redwood trees grow so tall they seem to touch the sky, there stood a logging camp that most people never heard of. Camp Timber Ridge operated from 1971 to 1978, providing temporary housing for seasonal workers who came to harvest the ancient forests. The cabins were simple, the work was hard, and the pay was decent enough to attract men from across the country looking for honest labor. What those men found instead was something far more sinister than dangerous work and primitive living conditions. The camp foreman, a man named Douglas Hartwell, had turned the remote facility into his personal hunting ground. Over 7 years, 43 men entered Camp Timber Ridge and were never seen again. Their disappearances were explained away as workers who had quit without notice, drifters who moved on to other opportunities, men who simply vanished into the vast wilderness that surrounded the camp. Douglas was born in 1933 in the logging town of Eureka, California, where his father worked the mills and his mother took in laundry to make ends meet. The family lived in a company house that shook every time a loaded truck rumbled past, and Douglas grew up breathing sawdust and listening to the constant whine of industrial saws. His childhood was marked by poverty, violence, and the kind of casual brutality that flourished in isolated communities where men worked dangerous jobs and drank away their frustrations. By age 12, Douglas had learned to navigate his father's drunken rages and his mother's desperate attempts to maintain some semblance of normalcy in their chaotic household. He became skilled at reading moods, at predicting when violence was coming, at making himself invisible when survival demanded it. These skills would serve him well in later life, though not in ways his parents could have imagined. Douglas left home at 16, lying about his age to get work in the logging camps that dotted the Northern California coast. He was small for his age, but wiry and determined, willing to take risks that more experienced workers avoided. He quickly learned that in the brutal hierarchy of logging camps, respect came through intimidation and violence. Douglas might not have been the biggest man in camp, but he was willing to go further than anyone else to establish his dominance. Over the next 15 years, Douglas worked his way up through the logging industry, moving from camp to camp as opportunities arose. He developed a reputation as a reliable foreman who could handle difficult workers and maintain productivity in remote locations. What his employers didn't know was that Douglas had also developed a taste for control that went far beyond normal management techniques. The remote locations where Douglas worked provided perfect laboratories for his evolving interests. Workers who caused problems could be disciplined in ways that would have been impossible in more civilized settings. Men who threatened to quit or report safety violations sometimes had accidents in the woods, their bodies claimed by the unforgiving wilderness. Douglas learned that in places where civilization was just a memory, he could indulge appetites that would have been unthinkable elsewhere. When the opportunity arose to manage Camp Timber Ridge, Douglas saw it as the perfect culmination of his career. The facility was more isolated than anywhere he had worked before, accessible only by a single logging road that could be easily monitored. The nearest town was 40 miles away, and the local sheriff rarely bothered to venture into the mountains unless specifically called. For a man with Douglas's particular interests, it was an ideal hunting ground. The camp consisted of 12 bunkhouses, a mess hall, a equipment shed, and Douglas's private cabin, all arranged around a central clearing that had been carved from the ancient forest. The buildings were constructed from rough-hewn timber, built to withstand the harsh mountain weather, but offering little in the way of comfort or privacy. Workers lived four to a bunkhouse, sharing cramped quarters and basic facilities that would have been considered primitive even by 1970s standards. Douglas's recruitment methods were carefully calculated to attract the kind of workers who wouldn't be missed if they disappeared. He placed advertisements in newspapers serving transient populations, promising good wages and steady work to men who could handle physical labor and isolation. The ads specifically requested workers without strong family ties, men who were comfortable being out of contact for extended periods. The workers who responded to these advertisements were typically society's drifters and outcasts. Vietnam veterans struggling with trauma and addiction, ex-convicts looking for a fresh start, men fleeing failed marriages or financial problems. They arrived at Camp Timber Ridge carrying their possessions in duffel bags or cardboard boxes, grateful for any opportunity to earn honest wages away from the complications of their previous lives. Douglas's method was to establish complete control over every aspect of camp life from the moment workers arrived. He collected their identification documents for safekeeping, explaining that the remote location made it necessary to secure important papers. He controlled all communication with the outside world, claiming that the camp's radio was only for emergency use. Workers were paid in cash at irregular intervals, making it difficult for them to establish any financial independence. The isolation of the camp made Douglas's control almost absolute. Workers were dependent on him for food, shelter, transportation, and communication with the outside world. Those who questioned his authority or expressed interest in leaving found themselves subjected to increasingly harsh treatment. Work assignments became more dangerous, food rations were reduced, and living conditions deteriorated until compliance seemed like the only viable option. Douglas's cabin served as both his residence and his headquarters for operations that went far beyond normal camp management. The structure had been modified with soundproof walls and hidden rooms where he could conduct his real business without interference. A basement had been excavated beneath the cabin, accessible through a concealed entrance in the floor of what appeared to be a storage closet. The basement was where Douglas's true nature revealed itself. The space had been divided into cells, each designed to hold a single occupant in conditions that made medieval dungeons seem luxurious. Chains were bolted to the walls, and the concrete floor was stained with substances that Douglas's victims preferred not to identify. A workbench held tools that had no legitimate use in logging operations, implements designed specifically for causing pain and suffering. Douglas's selection process for victims was coldly methodical. He would observe new workers for weeks, studying their backgrounds, their personalities, their connections to the outside world. Men who seemed likely to be missed were assigned to legitimate work crews and eventually allowed to leave the camp when their contracts expired. But those who appeared to be truly alone, who had no one waiting for them in the outside world, became candidates for Douglas's special attention. The transition from worker to victim was gradual and carefully orchestrated. Douglas would begin by assigning his chosen targets to isolated work sites where they were separated from other crew members. He would then manufacture infractions of camp rules, using these as justification for increasingly severe punishments. By the time a worker realized the true nature of his situation, escape had become virtually impossible. Douglas's journals, discovered years later during the investigation of his crimes, reveal a mind obsessed with power and control. He wrote extensively about his victims, documenting their backgrounds, their fears, and their responses to various forms of psychological and physical torture. To Douglas, each man he held captive was a subject in an ongoing experiment designed to explore the limits of human endurance. The deaths at Camp Timber Ridge were not quick or merciful. Douglas had learned through years of practice satisfaction than simple execution. His victims endured weeks that prolonged suffering provided more or months of torture, their bodies and minds systematically broken down until death came as a relief. Some men lasted longer than others, but all eventually succumbed to the combination of physical abuse, starvation, and psychological torment that Douglas inflicted with scientific precision. Body disposal was handled with the same methodical efficiency that Douglas brought to all aspects of his operations. The vast wilderness surrounding Camp Timber Ridge provided numerous options for concealing evidence. Some victims were buried in remote locations, marked only in Douglas's private maps. Others were fed to the industrial wood chipper that processed logging debris, their remains scattered across thousands of acres of forest floor. The financial aspect of Douglas's crimes provided additional motivation beyond his psychological needs. Workers who disappeared left behind personal possessions, tools, and accumulated wages that Douglas claimed for himself. He also collected life insurance payouts on men who had named him as beneficiary, a requirement he had instituted for all workers as protection against accidents in the dangerous logging environment. Douglas's ability to maintain his operation for 7 years demonstrated a level of planning and execution that impressed even the investigators who eventually brought him to justice. He had created a system that provided him with a steady supply of victims while maintaining plausible explanations for their disappearances. The remote location of Camp Timber Ridge ensured that his activities remained undetected by law enforcement or other outside authorities. The end began in the spring of 1978 when a former worker named Tommy Chen managed to escape from Douglas's basement prison and make his way to the nearest town. Chen had been held captive for 3 months, subjected to torture that left him physically and psychologically scarred, but still capable of providing detailed testimony about what was happening at Camp Timber Ridge. Local authorities initially struggled to believe Chen's account of systematic torture and murder at what was supposed to be a legitimate logging operation. Douglas Hartwell had a reputation as a competent foreman with no known history of violence or criminal activity. The idea that he was operating a death camp in the California mountains seemed too fantastic to be credible. But Chen's description of the camp's layout and Douglas's personal habits proved remarkably accurate when checked against available records. More importantly, Chen was able to provide names and descriptions of other men he had seen in Douglas's custody, men who had supposedly quit their jobs and left the area months earlier. This information provided investigators with leads they could pursue to verify Chen's story. The investigation that followed was one of the largest in California history, involving multiple law enforcement agencies and forensic specialists from across the country. When search teams finally reached Camp Timber Ridge, they found evidence of crimes that exceeded even Chen's horrific testimony. The basement beneath Douglas's cabin contained clear signs of prolonged torture and murder, while the surrounding forest yielded dozens of burial sites and body parts scattered by scavenging animals. Douglas was arrested without resistance, found calmly reading in his cabin as if nothing unusual was happening. During questioning, he admitted to killing 43 men over 7 years, providing detailed accounts of his methods and motives. His confession was delivered with the same matter-of-fact tone he might use to describe logging procedures, showing no awareness that his actions represented anything more than efficient camp management. The trial drew national attention to the remote mountains of Northern California, where reporters and legal observers struggled to understand how such extensive criminal activity could have continued undetected for so long. Douglas's defense team attempted to argue insanity, presenting evidence of childhood trauma and suggesting that isolation had driven him to commit his crimes. But the prosecution's case was overwhelming. The physical evidence, Chen's testimony, and Douglas's own detailed confessions painted a picture of a methodical killer who had created a system designed specifically to facilitate murder. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all counts. Douglas Hartwell was sentenced to death and transferred to San Quentin State Prison, where he would spend the next 15 years on death row. Prison interviews revealed a man who showed no remorse for his actions and continued to view his victims as objects rather than human beings. He spoke of his time at Camp Timber Ridge as the most fulfilling period of his life, expressing regret only that his operation had been discovered before he could complete what he called his research. Douglas died of natural causes in 1993, never having shown any genuine understanding of the horror he had inflicted on his victims. His death was barely noted in the media, occurring during a period when public attention had moved on to other crimes. The site of Camp Timber Ridge was eventually reclaimed by the forest, with no marker to indicate what had occurred there. The case led to significant changes in how remote work sites are monitored and regulated, with new requirements for communication systems and regular inspections. But for the families of Douglas's victims, and for survivors like Tommy Chen, who carried physical and psychological scars that would never fully heal, no amount of reform could undo the damage that had been done in those dark mountains of Northern California. In the summer of 1963, the small town of Millfield, Oregon, was shaken by a series of disappearances that would haunt the community for decades. Children were vanishing from playgrounds, teenagers from after school jobs, and adults from evening walks. The local sheriff dismissed early reports as runaways and wanderers, but when 12-year-old Annie Morse disappeared while walking her dog just 2 blocks from her home, the reality became impossible to ignore. What no one knew was that the man responsible was living among them, trusted by the entire community. His name was William Arthur Cross, and he had been killing for 27 years. William was born in 1925 in the farming community of Baker Valley, Oregon, the middle child of 5 in a family that struggled to make ends meet. His father was a harsh disciplinarian who believed children should be seen and not heard, while his mother was overwhelmed by the demands of raising 5 children during the Great Depression. William learned early that attention was dangerous, that survival meant becoming invisible. Unlike most children who might rebel against such strict control, William embraced it. He discovered that by becoming the perfect child, the one who never caused problems, he could move through the world unnoticed. Teachers praised his quiet demeanor, neighbors commented on his politeness, and his parents held him up as an example to his more troublesome siblings. But behind that facade of perfect behavior, something twisted was growing. William's first kill came at age 14 when he strangled the family cat and buried it in the backyard. The act filled him with a sense of power he had never experienced before. For the first time in his life, he had complete control over another living being, the power to grant life or take it away. The progression from animals to humans was gradual but inevitable. William's first human victim was a drifter who had been sleeping in the family's barn during harvest season. The man had been drinking heavily and was unconscious when William found him. The teenager had originally intended to wake the man and send him away, but something about the man's complete helplessness triggered something dark in William's mind. He used a length of rope to strangle the drifter, watching with fascination as the man's struggles grew weaker and finally ceased. William felt no guilt or remorse, only a profound sense of satisfaction and control. He dragged the body deep into the woods and buried it in a shallow grave that would never be discovered. After high school, William moved to Millfield and found work at the local hardware store. He was a model employee, always punctual, always helpful, never causing problems. Customers liked his quiet competence and gentle manner. He rented a small house on the outskirts of town and lived alone, keeping to himself but maintaining friendly relationships with his neighbors. The house became William's laboratory. He converted the basement into what he called his workshop, though the tools he kept there had nothing to do with carpentry or repair work. Soundproofing was installed under the guise of creating a quiet space for woodworking. Heavy duty locks were added to doors that guests never saw. A drainage system was built into the concrete floor for reasons that became clear only much later. William's hunting grounds were carefully selected based on years of observation. He studied the town's patterns, noting when and where people were most vulnerable. School children walking alone, teenagers taking shortcuts through vacant lots, adults working late shifts with predictable routes home. William memorized schedules, learned habits, and identified opportunities with the patience of a natural predator. His method was always the same. William would approach his targets under the pretense of offering help or asking for directions. His appearance was so ordinary, his manner so genuinely helpful, that no one ever felt threatened. He looked like someone's uncle, someone who you might help change a flat tire or carry your groceries. That normalcy was his greatest weapon. Once his victims were isolated, William's true nature emerged. He would render them unconscious with chloroform, then transport them to his basement workshop. There, he would keep them alive for days or sometimes weeks, studying their responses to various forms of psychological and physical stress. William wasn't interested in sexual gratification or financial gain. He was fascinated by the process of breaking down human dignity, of reducing people to their most basic survival instincts. His basement contained detailed charts documenting each victim's responses to different stimuli. Heart rate monitors tracked their physical stress, while hidden cameras recorded their psychological deterioration. William approached his crimes with the methodical precision of a scientist conducting research, viewing his victims as subjects rather than human beings. The disposal of bodies was handled with the same careful planning that characterized all of William's activities. He had identified numerous remote locations throughout the Oregon wilderness where remains could be hidden. Some victims were buried in isolated graves, others were weighted down and sunk in deep mountain lakes. A few were fed to the wood chipper at the lumber mill, where William occasionally worked part-time shifts. William's ability to maintain his cover was remarkable. He attended church regularly, participated in community events, and even volunteered for search parties when his own victims went missing. His performance was flawless, conveying just the right amount of concern and civic duty without appearing overly involved. To everyone in Millfields, William Cross was the ideal neighbor. The investigation into the disappearances was hampered by the lack of physical evidence and the random nature of William's victim selection. The town's small police force had no experience with serial crime, and state investigators who were eventually called in found no pattern to link the cases. Different age groups, different locations, different times of day, all the victims seemed to have vanished without a trace. What finally exposed William was pure chance. In August 1963, he attempted to abduct Martha Davidson, a 30-year-old secretary walking home from work. But Martha fought back with unexpected ferocity, breaking free from William's grip and running toward the main street while screaming for help. Several witnesses saw William fleeing the scene, though in the darkness and confusion, most couldn't provide detailed descriptions. Martha's account of the attack led police to create a composite sketch of her ass, the drawing gallant, aged man of showed a middled build, with dark hair and wire average height, and rimmed glasses. It could have described dozens of men in Millfield, but one detail caught the attention of Sheriff Robert Hayes. Martha remembered that her attacker had smelled strongly of the wood stain used at the local hardware store. The connection to the hardware store led investigators to interview all male employees, including William Cross. During questioning, William maintained his helpful demeanor, expressing shock that such violence could occur in their peaceful community. He provided an alibi for the night of Martha's attack, claiming he had been home alone reading. Sheriff Hayes found nothing suspicious about William's response as something, but man's excessive about the calm troubled him. A more thorough investigation revealed inconsistencies in William's background. Records from his supposed previous employment were missing or contradicted his statements. Financial documents showed unexplained income that didn't match his hardware store salary. Most troubling of all, several witnesses placed William in locations where victims had last been seen, though he had never mentioned these encounters during questioning. The search warrant for William's house was executed on a quiet Tuesday morning in September 1963. What investigators found in that basement workshop exceeded their worst fears. The soundproofed room contained restraint devices, monitoring equipment, and detailed records of William's crimes spanning more than 2 decades. Photographs and written accounts documented the suffering of 38 victims, including several whose disappearances had never been reported to authorities. William was arrested without resistance, showing the same calm demeanor that had served him so well throughout his criminal career. During interrogation, he confessed to his crimes with clinical detachment, describing his methods and motivations as if discussing a hobby or academic research. He showed no remorse for his actions, expressing only regret that his work had been interrupted before completion. The trial became a media sensation, drawing reporters from across the Pacific Northwest to tiny Millfield. The prosecution presented evidence of crimes so systematic and coldly calculated that even experienced investigators struggled to comprehend their scope. William's detailed records provided a chilling glimpse into the mind of a killer who viewed murder as scientific research. William's defense team attempted to argue insanity, presenting evidence of childhood trauma and social isolation. But the methodical nature of his crimes, the careful planning evident in his basement workshop, and his ability to maintain a normal facade for decades all pointed to a man who knew exactly what he was doing and chose to do it anyway. The jury deliberated for 6 hours before returning guilty verdicts on 38 counts of first degree murder. William received multiple death sentences, ensuring he would never again walk free. He was transferred to the Oregon State Penitentiary, where he would spend the remainder of his life in solitary confinement. Prison interviews with William revealed no changed nature. He continued to speak in his fundamental of his victims as research subjects, expressing frustration that he hadn't been allowed to complete his studies. Mental health professionals who examined him concluded that William represented a unique form of psychopathy, combining methodical intelligence with complete absence of empathy or conscience. William died of natural causes on death row in 1981, taking whatever additional secrets he possessed his grave. His death received minimal media attention, occurring during a period when public interest had shifted to other crimes. Prison officials reported that he had spent his final years writing what he called his research notes, though these documents were destroyed according to standard procedure town of Millfield Never. The Small recovered from the fully revelation that one of its most trusted citizens had been a serial killer for decades. Many families moved away, unable with the knowledge of to live what had happened in their community. The hardware store where William had worked was eventually closed, and his house was demolished. The site remains vacant to this day. The case of William Arthur Cross became a landmark in criminal psychology, demonstrating how successfully a predator could hide behind a facade of normalcy and community involvement. Law enforcement agencies continue to study his methods, using his case as an example of how serial killers can operate undetected for decades in small communities where everyone believes they know their neighbors. Detective Sarah Hayes, daughter of the sheriff who had arrested William, later wrote that the case fundamentally changed how her family viewed human nature. The idea that someone could live among them for years, helping with community events and volunteering for search parties while secretly murdering their neighbors, challenged every assumption about trust and safety in small town America. In the humid swamps of southern Louisiana, where the cypress trees grow thick and the water runs black as coffee, there once stood a fishing lodge that catered to wealthy sportsmen from across the South. Bayou Paradise Lodge operated from 1974 to 1982, offering guided fishing trips and luxury accommodations to clients who could afford to pay premium prices for privacy and exclusivity. What those clients didn't know was that the lodge's owner, a man named Charles Thibodeau, had turned the remote facility into a killing ground. Over 8 years, 29 people entered the Louisiana Bayou and never returned home. Their disappearances were explained away as boating accidents, alligator attacks, or simple cases of city folks getting lost in the treacherous swampland that surrounded the lodge. Charles was born in 1940 in the Cajun country of Terrebonne Parish, where his family had lived for generations. His father was a commercial fisherman who worked the Gulf waters, while his mother ran a small restaurant that served the local Cajun community. Charles grew up speaking French at home and English at school, navigating between two cultures with the ease of someone born to the bayou. The swamps were Charles's playground and classroom. He learned to read the water like children read othered books, understanding the subtle signs that indicated safe passage or hidden danger. He could navigate by starlight, find dry ground in seemingly endless wetlands, and survive for days with nothing but what the swamp provided. These skills, learned in childhood innocence, would later serve much darker purposes. By his teenage years, Charles had developed a reputation as the best guide in the parish. Wealthy hunters and fishermen from New Orleans and beyond sought him out, willing to pay top dollar for his knowledge of the backcountry. Charles was polite, professional, and remarkably skilled at finding fish and game that other guides couldn't locate. What his clients didn't realize was that Charles was studying them as carefully as he studied the swamp. The transition from guide to lodge owner came gradually. Charles used money earned from guiding to purchase a small piece of land deep in the Atchafalaya Basin, accessible only by boat. He built the lodge himself, using traditional construction methods that allowed the structure to flex with the seasonal was flooding that part of life in the swamp. The result was a facility that appeared rustic but offered genuine comfort to clients accustomed to luxury. Bayou Paradise Lodge quickly developed a reputation among wealthy sportsmen as the premier destination for authentic Louisiana fishing experiences. Charles limited his clientele to small groups, usually no more than 4 guests at a time, ensuring personalized service and maximum privacy. He marketed the lodge as a place where busy executives could escape the pressures of modern life and reconnect with nature. What Charles's clients found was indeed an escape from civilization, though not in the way they had anticipated. The lodge was completely isolated, surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland that only Charles could navigate safely. There was no telephone service, no radio contact with the outside world, no way to call for help if something went wrong. Guests were completely dependent on Charles for their survival from the moment they arrived. Charles's selection process for victims was coldly calculated. He would study potential clients carefully, researching their backgrounds, their family situations, their business obligations. Men who traveled alone, who had strained relationships with their families, who could disappear for a week without causing immediate concern, became candidates for Charles's special attention. The lodge itself was designed to facilitate Charles's activities. Hidden rooms were built into the structure, accessible only through concealed passages that guests would never discover. The main building was surrounded by smaller cabins where clients stayed, each one isolated from the others and equipped with heavy locks that could only be operated from the outside. Charles's method was to wait until his victims were completely relaxed and unsuspecting, usually on their second or third night at the lodge. He would drug their evening meal with a powerful sedative, then transport the unconscious men to his hidden chambers. There, he would keep them alive for days or weeks, studying their responses to the hopeless situation they found themselves in. The swamp provided perfect disposal for evidence of Charles's crimes. Bodies weighed down with chains would sink into the black water and disappear forever, consumed by alligators and other scavengers that thrived in the wetlands. The acidic water would dissolve bones within months, ensuring that no trace of Charles's victims would ever be found. Charles's reputation in the local community was unassailable. He employed several Cajun families as staff for the lodge, providing good jobs in an area where economic opportunities were scarce. He donated generously to local churches and schools, becoming a pillar of the Terrebonne Parish community. When wealthy clients occasionally failed to return from fishing trips, Charles expressed appropriate concern and cooperated fully with any investigations. The remote location of the lodge made Charles's crimes virtually undetectable. Search and rescue operations in the Atchafalaya Basin were notoriously difficult, hampered by dangerous wildlife, unstable terrain, and waterways that changed course with every storm. When clients went missing, their bodies were assumed to have been claimed by the swamp, a common enough occurrence that rarely triggered extensive investigations. Charles's financial situation improved dramatically during his years operating the lodge. In addition to the fees paid by legitimate clients, he systematically looted the possessions of his victims. Expensive fishing equipment, jewelry, and cash were easy to dispose of through contacts in New Orleans. Credit cards were used until their limits were reached, with transactions carefully spaced to avoid suspicion. The psychological aspect of Charles's crimes was perhaps the most disturbing element of his operation. He kept detailed journals documenting his victims' mental deterioration as they realized the hopelessness of their situation. Charles was particularly interested in how wealthy, powerful men responded when stripped of all control and faced with certain death. His hidden chambers were equipped with recording equipment that captured hours of his victims' pleas, threats, and eventual acceptance of their fate. Charles would study these recordings obsessively, analyzing the psychological stages his victims passed through as hope gave way to despair. To him, each man he held captive was a subject in an ongoing experiment into the nature of fear and human behavior under extreme stress. So the end came in March 1982 when a client named Robert Sinclair managed to escape from Charles's custody and make his way to a nearby settlement. Sinclair had been held for 5 days, subjected to psychological torture that left him traumatized but still capable of providing detailed testimony about what was happening at Bayou Paradise Lodge. Local authorities initially struggled to believe Sinclair's account of systematic murder in one of the parish's most respected businesses. Charles Thibodeau was a prominent member of the community, a successful businessman with no known history of violence. The idea that he was operating a death camp in the Louisiana swamps seemed too incredible to be true. But Sinclair's description of the lodge's hidden chambers and Charles's methods proved accurate when investigators finally obtained a search warrant. The remote location that had protected Charles for so long made the investigation extremely difficult, requiring specialized equipment and personnel trained in swamp operations. When search teams finally reached the lodge, they found evidence that confirmed Sinclair's horrific testimony. Charles was arrested at the lodge, found calmly cleaning fishing equipment as if nothing unusual was happening. During questioning, he maintained his innocence, claiming that Sinclair was a disturbed individual who had fabricated his story for unknown reasons. But the physical evidence found at the lodge was overwhelming, and Charles's carefully constructed facade began to crumble under sustained investigation. The trial drew national attention to the Louisiana Bayou country, where reporters struggled to understand how such extensive criminal activity could have continued undetected for 8 years. Charles's defense team attempted to portray him as a simple Cajun fisherman who had been driven to madness by isolation and the pressures of running a business. But the prosecution's case was built on solid evidence and compelling testimony. Robert Sinclair's account of his captivity was corroborated by physical evidence found at the lodge. Financial records showed systematic theft from missing clients. Most damning of all were Charles's own journals, which provided detailed accounts of his crimes nearly spanning a decade. Charles Thibodeau was convicted of 29 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He was transferred to the Louisiana State Penitentiary, where he would spend the next 18 years on death row. Prison interviews revealed a man who continued to view his victims as objects rather than human beings, showing no genuine remorse for his actions. Charles died of natural causes in 2000, having exhausted all appeals and facing imminent execution. His death received little media attention, occurring during a period when public interest had moved on to other crimes. The site of Bayou Paradise Lodge was eventually reclaimed by the swamp, with no marker to indicate what had occurred there. The case led to new regulations governing remote recreational facilities in Louisiana, with requirements for communication systems and regular safety inspections. But for the families of Charles's victims, and for survivors like Robert Sinclair, who carried psychological scars that would never fully heal, no amount of reform could undo the horror that had been hidden in the dark waters of the Louisiana Bayou. In the rolling hills of eastern Kentucky, where coal dust settles like snow on everything it touches, and the mountains hide secrets older than memory, there once lived a man who turned kindness into a weapon. His name was Eugene Fletcher, and for 34 years, he was the most beloved paramedic in Harlan County. He saved lives, comforted families, and arrived at accidents with a smile that made people feel safe even in their darkest moments. What nobody knew was that Eugene was also the reason many of those accidents happened in the first place. Eugene was born in 1951 in a company town that existed solely to serve the mines. His father died in a cave-in when Eugene was 7, crushed under tons of rock while trying to rescue a fellow miner. His mother, overwhelmed by grief and poverty, sent Eugene to live with his grandmother, a woman who ran the town's only medical clinic from her kitchen table. It was there, watching his grandmother stitch wounds and deliver babies, that Eugene first discovered the intoxicating power that came with holding someone's life in your hands. By age 12, Eugene was assisting with medical procedures, learning anatomy not from textbooks, but from the broken bodies that coal mining produced with ruthless regularity. He watched men die from black lung, saw children born with defects caused by contaminated water, witnessed the slow decay of a community poisoned by industrial greed. But where others saw tragedy, Eugene saw opportunity. He began to understand that suffering created dependency, that people in pain would trust anyone who promised relief. After high school, Eugene enrolled in paramedic training, excelling in his studies with an intensity that impressed his instructors. He had a natural gift for emergency medicine, an ability to remain calm under pressure that made him invaluable in crisis situations. But what truly set Eugene apart was his bedside manner. He had perfected a way of speaking to victims that made them feel completely safe, completely trusting. It was a skill he had been developing since childhood, and it would serve him well in ways his instructors could never have imagined. Eugene's first job was with the county ambulance service, responding to calls throughout the remote mountain communities of eastern Kentucky. The work was dangerous and demanding, requiring long hours and constant readiness to face whatever horrors the mountains might produce. Eugene thrived in this environment, earning a reputation as the paramedic you wanted to see pulling up to your accident scene. What began as genuine life saving work slowly evolved into something much darker. Eugene discovered that he enjoyed the moment when victims realized they were completely helpless, when their survival depended entirely on his decisions. He began making subtle modifications to his treatment protocols, extending suffering just enough to savor the complete trust and dependency of his patients. A pain medication dose that was slightly too low, an IV that was inserted just a bit too slowly, small cruelties that no one would ever notice. The progression from delayed treatment to active harm was gradual but inevitable. Eugene started causing the very emergencies he was called to treat. A loosened brake line here, a doctored prescription there, a slip of poison into a coffee cup at the diner where he ate lunch. Each incident was carefully planned to appear accidental while ensuring that Eugene would be the first responder on scene. His methods became increasingly sophisticated over the years. Eugene studied toxicology, learning which substances would cause specific symptoms that would require exactly the kind of treatment he specialized in. He became an expert in automotive sabotage, able to cause accidents that looked completely random but would occur at times and locations where he could respond quickly. Most insidiously, he began targeting people whose medical histories would make foul play difficult to detect. The mountain communities Eugene served were perfect hunting grounds for his activities. Rural areas with limited medical facilities, aging populations with complex health issues, and a culture of self reliance that made people reluctant to question authority figures. When Eugene arrived at an emergency scene, families were so grateful for his presence that they rarely questioned his methods or timeline. Eugene's home became a repository for trophies collected from his victims, jewelry taken from car accident victims, medication stolen from elderly patients, personal items that had been lost during transport to the hospital. He organized these mementos with the same meticulous care he brought to his medical work, each piece carefully labeled and cataloged according to the circumstances of its acquisition. The basement of Eugene's modest house was converted into what he called his treatment room, a fully equipped medical facility where he could conduct his real work without interference. Victims who survived their initial encounters with Eugene often found themselves receiving follow-up house, which they calls during, would be subjected to experimental treatments designed not to heal but to cause prolonged suffering. Eugene's reputation in the community continued to grow throughout the 1980s and 1990s. He received commendations from the county government, was featured in newspaper articles about rural healthcare heroes, and even spoke at medical conferences about emergency response in remote areas. Children who had been saved by Eugene grew up to become parents who trusted him implicitly with their own families. The scope of Eugene's activities expanded as his confidence grew. He began traveling to neighboring counties, offering his services as a consultant for their emergency medical programs. These trips provided him with access to new victim pools and allowed him to refine his techniques in different environments. Each new location became a testing ground for increasingly elaborate schemes. By the late 1990s, Eugene had been responsible for over 60 deaths across 5 counties, yet remained completely above suspicion. His victims were scattered across different jurisdictions, their deaths separated by enough time and distance to prevent any pattern from emerging. Car accidents, heart attacks, drug overdoses, and falls were all part of Eugene's repertoire, each death carefully crafted to appear natural or accidental. The financial rewards of Eugene's activities were substantial. Life insurance payouts from victims who had named him as a beneficiary, valuable items stolen from crime scenes, and payment for medical services that were never actually provided all contributed to a lifestyle that far exceeded what a rural paramedic could normally afford. Eugene was careful to keep his wealth hidden, maintaining the appearance of a humble public servant while secretly accumulating significant assets. The psychological aspect of Eugene's crimes was perhaps the most disturbing element of his operation. He kept detailed audio recordings of his victims' final moments, capturing their pleas for help and their expressions of gratitude for his care. Eugene would listen to these recordings obsessively, reliving the moments when he held absolute power over human life and death. His treatment room contained sophisticated monitoring equipment that allowed him to track every aspect of his victims' physical and mental deterioration. Heart rate monitors, brainwave sensors, and video cameras documented the progression from hope to despair as victims realized that the man they had trusted to save them was actually the architect of their destruction. Eugene's downfall began with a simple mistake in 2001. Sarah Henderson, a young nurse who had recently moved to the area, noticed inconsistencies in Eugene's patient transport reports. Victims who should have been stabilized were arriving at the hospital in worse condition than their initial injuries suggested. When Sarah began tracking these discrepancies, she discovered a pattern that made her question everything she thought she knew about the county's most respected paramedic. Sarah's concerns were initially dismissed by hospital administrators who couldn't believe that Eugene Fletcher could be anything other than the hero he appeared to be. But Sarah was persistent, documenting case after case where Eugene's patients had suffered unexpected complications during transport. She began secretly recording her conversations with victims' families, gathering testimony that painted a disturbing picture of Eugene's bedside manner. The investigation that followed was one of the most complex in Kentucky history, involving multiple law enforcement agencies and medical experts from across the region. When search teams finally obtained warrants for Eugene's home and treatment room, they found evidence of crimes that exceeded even Sarah's worst suspicions. The basement facility contained clear signs of prolonged torture and medical experimentation, while hidden cameras had recorded hours of victims' suffering. Eugene was arrested at his home on a quiet Sunday morning, found calmly reading medical journals in his living room as if nothing unusual was happening. During questioning, he maintained his facade of confused innocence, expressing shock that anyone could suspect him of harming the people he had dedicated his life to helping. But the physical evidence was overwhelming, and Eugene's carefully constructed persona began to crumble under sustained investigation. The trial became a media sensation, drawing reporters from across the nation to rural Kentucky. The prosecution presented evidence linking Eugene to 63 deaths over 30 years, though investigators believed the true number was significantly higher. Witness after witness testified to Eugene's presence at accident scenes that had seemed suspicious at the time but had never been properly investigated. Eugene's defense team attempted to portray him as a dedicated public servant who had been driven to breakdown by decades of witnessing trauma and suffering. They presented the evidence of the psychological toll that emergency medical work could take, suggesting that Eugene's actions were the result of compassion fatigue rather than malicious intent. But the prosecution's case was built on solid evidence and compelling testimony. The sophisticated equipment found in Eugene's basement, his detailed recordings of victims' suffering, and the systematic way he had caused the very emergencies he was called to treat all pointed to a man who had perverted his medical training for the most evil purposes imaginable. Eugene Fletcher was convicted on 63 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He was transferred to the Kentucky State Reformatory, where he would spend the next decade on death row. Prison interviews revealed a man who continued to view his victims as patients who had benefited from his care, showing no genuine understanding of the horror he had inflicted. Eugene died of natural causes in 2011, having exhausted all appeals and facing imminent execution. His death received minimal media attention, occurring during a period when public interest had moved on to other crimes. The house where he had conducted his experiments was eventually demolished, and the site remains vacant to this day. The case led to significant reforms in emergency medical protocols across Kentucky, with new oversight procedures designed to prevent similar tragedies. But for the families of Eugene's victims, and for survivors like Sarah Henderson, who had risked her career to expose the truth, no amount of reform could undo the damage that had been done by a man who had turned the healing arts into instruments of death. The mountain communities Eugene had served struggled to rebuild trust in their emergency medical systems, knowing that the man they had relied on for help had actually been their greatest threat. Children who had been taught to trust paramedics now lived with the knowledge that those same uniforms could hide the darkest intentions. The betrayal went beyond individual crimes to strike at the very foundation of community trust and mutual aid that had sustained mountain culture for generations. In the industrial wasteland of Gary, Indiana, where abandoned factories stood like tombstones against the gray sky and Lake Michigan's shores were stained with decades of pollution, there lived a man who found beauty in decay. His name was Marcus Webb, and from 1985 to 1993, he operated what appeared to be a legitimate demolition company called Webb Wrecking Service. The business had contracts throughout the Rust Belt, tearing down the remnants of America's industrial past to make way for uncertain futures. What city planners and property developers didn't know was that Marcus wasn't just demolishing buildings. He was using his access to condemned structures to create killing grounds where he could hunt human prey with impunity. Over 8 years, 47 people entered Marcus's buildings and never came out, their remains buried beneath tons of concrete and steel when the structures were finally brought down. Marcus was born in 1952 in Detroit, Michigan, during the height of the city's industrial prosperity. His father worked the assembly line at Ford's River Rouge plant, while his mother cleaned offices in the downtown business district. Marcus grew up in a working class neighborhood where the American dream still seemed achievable through hard work and determination. But by the time he reached adolescence, that dream was already beginning to crumble. The economic collapse of the 1970s hit Marcus's family particularly hard. His father was laid off when Ford began moving production overseas, and his mother's cleaning jobs disappeared as businesses fled the decaying city center. Marcus watched his neighborhood transform from a thriving community into a wasteland of boarded windows and abandoned lots. The experience taught him that everything eventually falls apart, that destruction is the only constant in life. After high school, Marcus drifted between various construction jobs, learning the skills that would eventually make him valuable in the demolition industry. He discovered he had a natural talent for understanding how buildings were put together, which made him equally skilled at taking them apart. More importantly, he found that he enjoyed the moment when structures collapsed, when years of human effort and investment were reduced to rubble in seconds. Marcus's first kill came in 1982, 3 years before he started his demolition company. He was working on a renovation project in an abandoned warehouse when he encountered a homeless man who had been sleeping in the building. Instead of calling security or simply asking the man to leave, Marcus felt an overwhelming urge to experience the same kind of destruction he witnessed in buildings. He beat the homeless man to death with a crowbar, then buried the body beneath a pile of construction debris. The act filled Marcus with the same satisfaction he felt when watching a building collapse. For the first time in his life, he had complete control over the moment when something living became something dead. The homeless man's death was never investigated, dismissed as just another casualty of urban decay in a city that had stopped caring about its forgotten residents. When Marcus started web wrecking service in 1985, he saw it as the perfect evolution of his interests. The company gave him legitimate access to abandoned buildings throughout the industrial Midwest, structures that were scheduled for demolition anyway, and therefore perfect locations for activities that required complete privacy. His clients were often eager to have properties cleared quickly and cheaply, with minimal oversight of his methods. Marcus's victim selection process was methodical and calculated. He targeted society's outcasts, homeless individuals, drug addicts, prostitutes, runaway teenagers, and undocumented immigrants. These were people whose disappearances would generate minimal investigation, whose absence from the streets might not even be noticed for weeks or months. Marcus studied their patterns, learning where they slept, when they were most vulnerable, how to approach them without triggering suspicion. His method was always the same. Marcus would approach potential victims with offers of work, promising day labor jobs at his demolition sites. The pay was cash, no questions asked, perfect for people living on society's margins. When his targets arrived at the designated buildings, usually early in the morning, before any legitimate workers appeared, Marcus would be waiting with tools that served purposes far beyond construction. The abandoned buildings Marcus used became elaborate death traps, modified specifically to facilitate his activities. He would spend weeks preparing each site, installing soundproofing, creating hidden chambers, and setting up equipment that allowed him to monitor and control every aspect of his victim's experience. The buildings were mazes of corridors and rooms where screams would echo unheard and escape was impossible. Marcus's kills were prolonged affairs that could last for days or even weeks. He wasn't interested in quick deaths, but in the gradual process of breaking down his victims, both physically and psychologically. He would chain them in the darkness, depriving them of food and water, while subjecting them to various forms of torture. The industrial setting provided numerous tools for causing pain, from welding torches to hydraulic presses. The disposal of bodies was handled with the same systematic approach Marcus brought to all aspects of his operation. Victims were often killed in basements or sub-basements of buildings, where their remains could be easily concealed beneath construction debris. When the structures were finally demolished, the bodies would be crushed and buried under tons of concrete and steel, creating perfect graves that would never be discovered. Marcus's business thrived during the late 1980s and early 1990s as cities throughout the Rust Belt sought to clear away the remnants of their industrial past. He had contracts in Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Gary, giving him access to hundreds of abandoned buildings and a vast hunting ground that spanned multiple states. His reputation as a reliable contractor who could clear properties quickly and cheaply made him highly sought after by developers and city planners. The financial aspect of Marcus's crimes provided additional motivation beyond his psychological needs. Victims often carried cash, jewelry, and other valuables that Marcus would claim for himself. He also developed a side business, selling salvaged materials from demolished buildings, using the legitimate aspects of his work to launder money obtained through theft and murder. Marcus's home base in Gary became a museum of his activities, filled with trophies collected from his victims over the years. Personal belongings, identification documents, and photographs were carefully organized and cataloged, creating a permanent record of the lives he had destroyed. He would spend hours studying these mementos, reliving the moments when he had held absolute power over his victims. The psychological documentation of Marcus's crimes was extensive and disturbing. He installed recording equipment in his killing sites, capturing hours of audio and video that documented his victims' suffering in excruciating detail. Marcus would study these recordings obsessively, analyzing the progression from hope to despair as his victims realized the hopelessness of their situation. His methods became increasingly sophisticated over time, incorporating elements of psychology and behavioral science that he had learned through self-study. Marcus was particularly interested in how different types of people responded to extreme stress, conducting what he considered experiments in human behavior using his victims as unwilling subjects. The scope of Marcus's activities expanded as his confidence grew and his business became more successful. He began targeting specific types of victims, seeking out individuals with particular characteristics that interested him. A college psychology professor who had been researching trauma responses, a former military interrogator who understood pain from a professional perspective, a medical student who could explain the physiological processes Marcus was observing. By 1992, Marcus had killed 47 people across 6 cities, yet remained completely undetected by law enforcement. His crimes were scattered across multiple jurisdictions, separated by enough time and distance to prevent any pattern from emerging. The urban decay that provided his hunting grounds also ensured that missing persons reports were often filed late or not at all. The end came through pure chance in early 1993 when a city inspector named David Chen made an unscheduled visit to one of Marcus's demolition sites in Gary. Chen had been investigating reports of illegal dumping in the area and wanted to ensure that web wrecking service was following proper disposal procedures for construction debris. What Chen found when he explored the building's basement was evidence of activities that had nothing to do with legitimate demolition work. Hidden chambers contained restraint devices, monitoring equipment, and clear signs that people had been held captive in the structure. Most disturbing of all were the fresh bloodstains and the sound of someone crying that seemed to be coming from behind a newly constructed wall. Chen's discovery led to the rescue of Marcus's most recent victim, a homeless veteran named Robert Torres, who had been held captive for 6 days. Torres was barely alive, dehydrated and traumatized, but still capable of providing detailed testimony about Marcus's methods and the location of other killing sites throughout the city. The investigation that followed was one of the largest in Indiana history, involving multiple law enforcement agencies and forensic specialists from across the Midwest. Search teams used ground penetrating radar and cadaver dogs to locate remains buried beneath the debris of buildings that Marcus had already demolished, recovering evidence that confirmed the scope of his activities. Marcus was arrested at his home, found calmly reviewing blueprints for his next demolition project as if nothing unusual was happening. During questioning, he maintained his innocence, claiming that Chen had misunderstood what he had seen at the demolition site. But the physical evidence was overwhelming, and Marcus's carefully constructed facade began to crumble under sustained investigation. The trial drew national attention to the industrial wasteland of Gary, Indiana, where reporters struggled to understand how such extensive criminal activity could have continued undetected for 8 years. Marcus's defense team attempted to portray him as a victim of economic circumstances, arguing that the decay of industrial America had driven him to commit his crimes. But the prosecution's case was built on solid evidence and compelling testimony. Robert Torres's account of his captivity was corroborated by physical evidence found at multiple demolition sites. Financial records showed systematic theft from victims, while the trophies found in Marcus's home provided clear links to dozens of missing persons cases. Marcus Webb was convicted on 47 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He was transferred to the Indiana State Prison, where he would spend the next 15 years on death row. Prison interviews revealed a man who continued to view his victims as subjects in ongoing research rather than human beings deserving of life and dignity. Marcus died of natural causes in 2008, having exhausted all appeals and facing imminent execution. His death received minimal media attention, occurring during a period when public interest had moved on to other crimes. The demolition sites where he had conducted his experiments were eventually cleared and redeveloped, with no markers to indicate what had occurred there. The case led to new regulations governing demolition contractors throughout the Midwest, with requirements for background checks and site monitoring designed to prevent similar tragedies. But for the families of Marcus's victims, and for survivors like Robert Torres, who carried physical and psychological scars that would never fully heal, no amount of reform could undo the horror that had been hidden in the ruins of America's industrial past. The metal detector beeped steadily as 12-year-old Kevin Walsh swept it across the beach sand near Monterey, California. It was August 1979, and Kevin had been saving for months to buy the device, dreaming of finding lost jewelry or coins that tourists might have dropped. Instead, he found something that would haunt him for the rest of his life. 6 inches beneath the surface, wrapped in a plastic tarp and weighted down with fishing sinkers, was the severed hand of a young woman, her wedding ring still gleaming on her finger. The hand belonged to Patricia Connors, a 24-year-old marine biology student who had disappeared 3 weeks earlier while collecting water samples for her thesis research. The discovery launched one of the most intensive manhunts in California history, but what investigators didn't know was that they were looking for a man who had been perfecting his craft for over a decade. His name was Raymond Morse, and Patricia was victim number 37. Raymond had been born in 1938 in the small coastal town of Half Moon Bay, where his father ran a commercial fishing operation that barely kept the family afloat. The smell of salt and rotting kelp was the backdrop of his childhood, along with the constant sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore. Raymond learned early that the ocean was both provider and destroyer, giving life to some while claiming others without warning or mercy. His mother died when Raymond was 9, drowning in a tide pool accident that the family never spoke about afterward. His father, consumed by grief and alcohol, essentially abandoned Raymond emotionally, leaving the boy to raise himself in a house that grew colder with each passing year. Raymond began spending his days alone on the beach, studying the way the tides brought in debris from the deep ocean, fascinated by how the sea could swallow something completely and then return it transformed. By his teenage between life and death, particularly years, Raymond had developed an obsession with the boundary as it related to the ocean's power. He would capture small sea creatures and study how long they could survive out of water, timing their struggles with a stopwatch and recording his observations in a notebook he kept hidden beneath his mattress. The transition from living creature to lifeless object captivated him in ways he couldn't fully understand. After high school, Raymond enlisted in the Coast Guard, drawn by the opportunity to work on the water while maintaining the appearance of serving others. His superiors noted his exceptional seamanship and his ability to remain calm during rescue operations, qualities that made him valuable during emergencies. What they didn't notice was how Raymond's behavior changed after failed rescue attempts, how he seemed almost energized by witnessing death at sea. Raymond's first human kill came during his military service in 1959. A fellow guardsman named Tony Reeves had been drinking heavily and threatening to report Raymond for theft from the base commissary. During a routine patrol in rough weather, Raymond simply pushed Tony overboard, then radioed that the man had been swept away by a rogue wave. The official report praised Raymond's heroic efforts to save his shipmate, and he received a commendation for his actions under difficult conditions. After his military discharge, Raymond returned to Half Moon Bay and established himself as a charter boat captain, offering fishing trips and whale watching tours to tourists and locals. His boat, a 30-foot vessel he named Deep Current, became his primary hunting platform, allowing him to take victims far from shore where their disappearances could be blamed on accidents or rough weather. Raymond's method was deceptively simple. He would target individuals who were traveling alone, often tourists visiting the area without strong local connections. His approach was friendly and professional, offering discounted rates for last minute bookings or suggesting prime fishing spots that required traveling to remote locations. Once his victims were miles from shore, Raymond's demeanor would change completely. The killing itself was usually accomplished through drowning, though Raymond had developed variations that prolonged the experience for his own satisfaction. Some victims were weighted down and lowered into the water while still conscious, allowing Raymond to study their expressions as they realized their fate. Others were subjected to partial drowning, brought to the edge of death, and then revived, only to face the process again. Raymond's boat was equipped with modifications that facilitated his activities while maintaining the appearance of legitimate fishing equipment. Hidden compartments contained chains, weights, and other tools necessary for body disposal. A false bottom in the fish hold provided temporary storage for victims who were still alive, while specialized equipment allowed Raymond to monitor their vital signs during transport to his preferred killing grounds. The coastal waters off Northern California provided perfect disposal sites for Raymond's victims. Deep underwater canyons and strong currents ensured that bodies would either be carried far from shore or trapped in underwater formations where they would never be recovered. Raymond had spent years studying ocean currents and tidal patterns, developing an expertise that allowed him to predict exactly where and when remains might surface. His reputation in the community was that of a skilled and reliable boat captain who knew the local waters better than anyone. Fishing guides throughout the region recommended Raymond to clients looking for the best possible experience, praising his knowledge of marine life and his ability to find fish when other captains came back empty handed. None of them suspected that Raymond's success came from his intimate knowledge of where bodies were decomposing on the ocean floor, attracting the very fish that made his clients so happy. Raymond's home near the harbor became a shrine to his activities, filled with trophies collected from his victims over 2 decades of killing. Driver's licenses, jewelry, cameras, and personal belongings were carefully cataloged and stored in waterproof containers, creating a permanent record of the lives he had claimed. He would spend hours studying these mementos, reliving the moments when he had held absolute power over his victims. The psychological aspect of Raymond's crimes was extensively documented in journals he kept hidden behind a false wall in his garage. Page after page of meticulous observations about how different people responded to the realization that they were going to die at sea, how fear manifested in their final moments, what bargains they tried to make as the water closed over their heads. Raymond was particularly fascinated by the way drowning affected his victims' behavior, the stages of panic and acceptance they passed through as their bodies shut down. He timed everything with scientific precision, noting how long different types of people could hold their breath, how their struggles changed as hypothermia set in, what their final expressions looked like before consciousness faded. His methods became increasingly sophisticated over the years, incorporating elements of marine biology and psychology that he studied through correspondence courses and library research. Raymond began targeting specific types of victims whose responses to drowning particularly interested him, seeking out individuals with certain physical characteristics or psychological profiles that would enhance his research. The scope of Raymond's activities expanded as his confidence grew and his reputation as a charter captain became more established. He began taking longer trips, sometimes keeping victims alive for days on multi day fishing expeditions that provided extended opportunities for his experiments. These longer sessions allowed him to study the psychological breakdown that occurred when people realized they were completely helpless in the middle of the ocean. By 1978, Raymond had killed 41 people over 19 years, yet remained completely above suspicion. His victims were scattered across different locations and time periods, their disappearances explained away as boating accidents, equipment failures, or simple cases of people being swept overboard in rough weather. The Coast Guard had investigated several incidents, but had always concluded that Raymond was a competent captain who had done everything possible to save his clients. The discovery of Patricia Connors's hand changed everything. For the first time, investigators had physical evidence that someone was deliberately killing people in the waters off Northern California. The wedding ring provided crucial identification, and the fact that the hand had been deliberately severed suggested a level of premeditation that ruled out accidental death. Detective Maria Santos of the Monterey County Sheriff's Office took charge of the investigation, bringing a level of expertise and determination that Raymond had never faced before. Santos had worked homicide cases throughout California and recognized the signs of a serial killer operating in what appeared to be accidental deaths. She began reviewing every boating fatality and missing person case in the region, looking for patterns that others had missed. The breakthrough came when Santos discovered that Raymond Morse had been present at or near the locations of 7 different boating incidents over the past 5 years. While this wasn't definitive proof of wrongdoing, it was enough to justify closer scrutiny of his activities and background. Santos obtained a warrant to search Raymond's boat and property, leading to discoveries that exceeded even her worst suspicions. The search of the deep current revealed modifications that had no legitimate purpose in commercial fishing operations. Hidden restraints, monitoring equipment, and traces of human blood in areas that should have contained only fish provided clear evidence of criminal activity. More damning still were the detailed charts Raymond had created, showing ocean current patterns and body disposal sites throughout the region. Raymond's home yielded even more incriminating evidence. The collection of victims' personal belongings, his detailed journals documenting their deaths, and photographs taken during his killing sessions provided overwhelming proof of his guilt. Most disturbing of all were the audio recordings Raymond had made of his victims' final words, capturing their pleas for mercy and expressions of terror as they realized their fate. Raymond was arrested at the harbor while preparing his boat for what would have been another hunting expedition. He showed no resistance when Detective Santos placed him in handcuffs, maintaining the same calm demeanor that had made him so successful as both a charter captain and a killer. During questioning, he expressed mild curiosity about how investigators had connected him to the crimes, but showed no remorse for his actions. The trial became a media sensation, drawing reporters from across the nation to the small coastal community where Raymond had operated for so long. The prosecution presented evidence linking him to 42 murders over 2 decades, though investigators believed the true number was significantly higher. Witness after witness testified about Raymond's presence at incidents that had previously been classified as accidents. Raymond's defense team attempted to portray him as a dedicated seaman who had been driven to madness by years of witnessing maritime tragedies. They presented evidence of the psychological toll that rescue work could take, suggesting that Raymond's actions were the result of traumatic stress rather than malicious intent. But the systematic nature of his crimes and the careful planning evident in his boat modifications made this argument difficult to sustain. The prosecution's case was overwhelming. The physical evidence found on Raymond's boat and in his home, combined with his detailed documentation of the crimes, painted a picture of a methodical killer who had used his maritime expertise to commit murder on an unprecedented scale. The jury deliberated for less than 6 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all counts. Raymond Morse was sentenced to death and transferred to San Quentin State Prison, where he would spend the next 18 years on death row. Prison interviews revealed a man who continued to view his victims as subjects in maritime research rather than human beings whose lives had been stolen. He spoke of his time on the water with genuine nostalgia, expressing regret only that his work had been interrupted before completion. Raymond died of natural causes in 1999, having exhausted all appeals and facing imminent execution. His death received minimal media attention, occurring during a period when public interest had moved on to other crimes. The Deep Current was eventually scrapped, and Raymond's house was demolished and replaced with a small memorial park dedicated to victims of maritime violence. The case led to new safety regulations for charter boat operations throughout California, with requirements for passenger manifests and regular safety inspections designed to prevent similar tragedies. But for the families of Raymond's victims, and for investigators like Maria Santos, who had stared into the abyss of his crimes, no amount of reform could erase the knowledge of what had happened in the waters off their peaceful coast. The interstate rest stop outside Bakersfield, California, was supposed to be a safe haven for weary travelers. Clean bathrooms, vending machines, picnic tables shaded by eucalyptus trees. But in the summer of 1981, it became something else entirely. A hunting ground for a man who understood that isolation and trust were the perfect combination for murder. His name was Leonard Pike, and he had been working as a rest stop maintenance supervisor for 3 years when the killings began. To the hundreds of families who stopped there each week, Leonard was the helpful custodian who gave directions, recommended local restaurants, and made sure the coming. What they didn't know was that Leonard facilities stayed clean and wheel lines, identifying which travelers were most vulnerable to his particular brand of hospitality. Leonard had been studying them, cataloging their route, was born in 1947 in Fresno, the son of migrant farm workers who followed the harvest seasons throughout California's Central Valley. His childhood was a series of temporary camps and borrowed rooms, moving so frequently that he never attended the same school for more than a few months. By age 10, Leonard had learned to become invisible, to blend into whatever environment he found himself in without forming attachments or drawing attention. The constant movement taught Leonard valuable lessons about human behavior. He observed how people acted when they thought no one was watching, how trust could be manufactured through simple gestures of kindness, how strangers would reveal intimate details about their lives to anyone who seemed genuinely interested in listening. These skills would serve him well in ways his parents could never have imagined. After aging out of the foster care system at 18, Leonard drifted between various service jobs throughout Central California. Gas stations, diners, motels, always positions that brought him into contact with travelers who were tired, stressed, and grateful for any assistance. He perfected his persona during these years, becoming the kind of employee that customers remembered fondly, the helpful local who made their journey a little easier. When the position at the Bakersfield rest stop became available, Leonard saw it as the perfect evolution of his career. The job gave him authority over a controlled environment where hundreds of potential victims passed through each day. More importantly, it provided him with detailed knowledge of who was traveling where, when they expected to arrive at their destinations, and whether anyone would miss them if they never completed their journey. Leonard's method was refined through years of observation and practice. He would approach families during their most vulnerable moments, when children were crying, parents were arguing, or mechanical problems had left them stranded. His offer of help was always genuine seeming, backed by real knowledge of local resources, and delivered with the kind of folksy charm that made people lower their guard immediately. The rest stop itself became Leonard's laboratory. He had keys to every building, knew every blind spot where security cameras couldn't see, and had identified numerous locations where someone could be held without risk of discovery. A maintenance shed hidden behind the main building, accessible only through a locked gate that Leonard controlled, became his primary staging area for activities that had nothing to do with facility upkeep. His first victim was a family from Oregon traveling to Disneyland for their daughter's 8th birthday. The father, Robert Chen, had been struggling with a flat tire when Leonard approached with tools and expertise. What began as roadside assistance quickly escalated when Leonard suggested that the family wait in the maintenance shed while he fixed their car. Once isolated from other travelers, Leonard's helpful demeanor vanished completely. The Chen family disappeared on a Tuesday afternoon in July 1981. Their car was found the next morning in the rest stop parking lot, keys in the ignition, luggage still packed for their vacation. The official investigation concluded that they had likely been victims of a carjacking, though no evidence of violence was found at the scene. Leonard participated in the search efforts, expressing appropriate concern for the missing family while secretly planning his next hunt. Over the following months, Leonard refined his technique. He learned to identify families who were traveling without rigid schedules, tourists who might not be expected at their destinations for days or weeks. He studied license plates and luggage tags, gathering intelligence about his targets' backgrounds and travel plans. Most importantly, he developed a network of disposal sites throughout the Central Valley where evidence could be hidden permanently. Leonard's kills were methodical and efficient. He wasn't interested in prolonged torture or elaborate psychological games. His satisfaction came from the moment when his victims realized they had made a fatal error in trusting him, when their expressions changed from gratitude to terror as they understood their situation. That transition from safety to mortal danger was what Leonard lived for. These were the monsters who hid in plain sight, the killers whose names never made headlines because they were too careful, too methodical, too ordinary to capture the public's imagination. They lived among us as neighbors, co workers, respected members of their communities, all while systematically destroying human lives with the same casual precision most people reserve for mundane tasks. Their stories serve as chilling reminders that evil rarely announces itself with dramatic flourishes or obvious warning signs. Instead, it smiles, offers help, and waits patiently for the perfect moment to strike. The most dangerous predators are often those who appear most normal, most trustworthy, most integrated into the fabric of society. They understand that the greatest weapon isn't fear, but trust itself.